of hearings to create a needs-based assessment for the needs of the people and the state in terms of our system of higher education. Today we'll be discussing eligibility, admissions, articulation, and coordination. Senator Negrete McLeod, my co-chair, has been ill, significantly so in terms that she may not attend today. But we will begin, and would ask the first panel to come forward. Steve Boillard and Hans Johnson. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members. Steve Boillard with the Legislative Analyst's Office.
I've learned to stop pronouncing your name the French way, so hopefully I'll remember that.
As shall I. I've heard much worse. I'm going to speak from a handout today, and again, I appreciate the opportunity to talk about what I think is one of the very important topics that you're contending with, and that is who gets into the universities and the colleges, to whom is opportunity provided. And I'll be speaking about eligibility and admissions under the master plan, and then how it's actually worked in practice. On the first page of the handout, I just answer the question, what does the master plan say about eligibility? And I have a quote here from the master plan. It says, and again, this is 1960, in order to raise materially the standards for admission to the lower division, the state colleges select first-time freshmen from the top third of high school graduates, and the University of California from the top eighth. And again, I think a couple of things are important here. One is, at the time, the universities were drawing larger eligibility pools. So the master plan actually sought to somewhat reduce those eligibility pools in 1960. And part of the reasoning there was they were anticipating the first tidal wave of students coming in. They're trying to find a way to contend with capacity issues without diluting quality. And the kind of beauty of the master plan, as you know, was in the second bullet, which had to do with the community colleges, that because you were restricting eligibility to the top eighth and top third, so totally the top, means that the remaining two-thirds of high school graduates were not eligible immediately to go to university. And so rather than say tough for the two-thirds, the master plan said there should be another pathway available through the community colleges, and the students could transfer in. So I think this is kind of the core about eligibility to the master plan. Other points I'd make is that defining that top eighth and top third was left to the universities. The universities were provided the opportunity to make those definitions themselves. And in addition, the universities could allow up to 2% of the first-time freshmen through special admissions that weren't qualified under the regular criteria. The other point I'd make here is there's a real strong distinction between eligibility and admissions, and enrollment for that matter. When we're talking about eligibility, we're just saying what percentage of high school graduates shall be permitted the opportunity to attend the universities. But admissions is what number of students actually are admitted to the university, are actually invited to come, and you need to apply in order for that to happen. And then there's even a smaller number, which is how many students ultimately enroll, because many students will apply and then choose not to attend because perhaps they go to a different university or other reasons. In fact, if you look at the latest CPEC numbers, about 7 to 8% of high school graduates actually enroll at the University of California, even though 12.5% are eligible. About 10% enroll at California State University. And something that I think the committee might want to think about is, does the legislature wish to make any kind of goals or statements or guidelines with regard to how many students are actually enrolled in the universities, how many students actually receive degrees? Because the master plan, again, just talks about eligibility. I mentioned here at the bottom of the first page the transfer mechanism, which I kind of explained a little bit. I know you've got a panel specifically on the transfer mechanism. The master plan, again, just recognizes its importance. And there was some concern expressed about the existing, at the time, GPA standards for transfer students of 2.0 for CSU and 2.4 for UC. Those are still the minimum eligibility requirements for transfer. The next page, so that's what the master plan says. How have the universities actually enacted their eligibility policies? UC's current policy captures the top 12.5% in two ways. One is a statewide eligibility pool, and if you look at the chart here, you're probably familiar with this, there's a sliding scale between GPA and SAT scores. And for students with higher GPAs, you don't require as high of SATs and vice versa. The university will then take the top. They have set the scores. So they're capturing about the top 11.5%. The number's not precise, but roughly the top 11.5% of high school graduates. And then to get that next 1%, to get to 12.5%, they accept the very best students from every high school in the state. It's actually the top 4% of every high school, but many of those students are already eligible under statewide eligibility. And this is this is called eligibility in local context, and I think this is a useful policy tool, because what it does is it ensures that students, no matter which high school they're at in the state, that students at every high school will have an opportunity to go to University of California. At least some students at every high school, even a low-performing high school, the best students there will be given an opportunity. Now, UC, as you've probably heard, has approved a new policy that will go into effect for fall 2012. And this new policy is a little different, and I know we've got some UC representatives on the next panel that maybe could give you some more detail. But in the simplest terms, the university no longer will guarantee admission to the top 12.5%. It will guarantee admission to the top 10%, a pool in the top 10% of high school graduates. And that's comprised of 9% statewide, as we talked about earlier, and 9% at every high school. Again, because there's so much overlap, you don't get much more than 10% combined. And so you have a smaller pool of students who are guaranteed eligibility, with a greater emphasis on high school, local high schools. And then the second thing it does, it takes another group of students, roughly another 10%, down on the kind of high school graduate pecking order, and says these students are entitled to be reviewed. They may apply to the university, but there's no guarantee that they would be accepted. Each will be subjected to what UC calls comprehensive review. Some will be selected, some will not. Students won't be able to know ahead of time whether they'd be accepted, and I would imagine that the number of students accepted probably would have a lot to do with how much funding was provided for enrollment in that particular year, because again, there's no specific guarantee in that category. The other, I think, important point to make is when you are guaranteed eligibility to UC, as well as for CSU, you are not guaranteed any particular campus. You're guaranteed access to the system somewhere. What UC does is, if you've applied to a very popular campus and you are, there's more applications than there are slots, you might be redirected to a different UC campus. You're still going to be provided an opportunity to enroll, but it might not be at your campus of choice. Okay, so that's UC's policy. CSU's is similar but distinct. CSU, as we mentioned, draws from the top 1/3 of high school graduates. Like UC, it uses a eligibility index that involves both GPA and SAT or ACT scores. Students with a 3.0 or above do not need to get those test scores because they're eligible under statewide criteria. Students with GPA less than 2% are not eligible for admission. Now, what CSU does is a little different than UC is, again, you're not guaranteed any particular campus except at, if you apply to your local campus, you're at a high school, you're applying to the campus closest to you, you are guaranteed admission to that campus if you apply to it. You're not necessarily guaranteed admission to other campuses in the system, because some campuses are impacted. In addition to that, there are programs or individual majors at different campuses throughout the system that have been impacted. Again, they're more popular than the number of slots they have available. And in those cases, CSU will enact higher eligibility requirements than is required for statewide eligibility. So again, you're in the top 1/3, but you might not be able to get to that particular nursing program because it's so impacted they've enacted higher standards. Two campuses in the system, both Cal Poly San Luis Obispo and most recently San Diego, essentially have all majors impacted. And what that means is, for a local student, you really don't have a guarantee of being able to get into that particular campus. And so, again, students in those local areas are treated a little differently than at other regions of the state where they are guaranteed access to the local campus. So what does all this kind of lead up to? I offer you three issues for legislative consideration with regard to eligibility and admission on the final page of my handout. The first one, and I think it's a simple but pretty big one, is are those 1960 eligibility targets still appropriate? And as I'd mentioned, originally when those targets were set, they were set to control demand to UC and CSU. Is that still a concern? There's been a lot, and I know Mr. Johnson's going to present some of his research that suggests that we're not going to have enough college graduates. So does it make sense to restrict access in that way? At the same time, though, those eligibility targets were also set up to preserve educational quality and to ensure some level of academic preparation on the part of students. And is that still a concern? And I think there's been a lot of research that's shown that kind of at the margin, students near the bottom of those eligibility pools have a lot of difficulty completing their coursework and getting degrees. So I think you've really got a difficult question there, but I think our starting point would be there's nothing really magic about 1/8 or 1/3. You certainly could change that if you wanted to. As well, on the eligibility targets, you might want to ask whether that open access to the community colleges, how that should be defined. This notion of ability to benefit, it's not especially a robust requirement. Would you want to have any other kinds of expectations on students when they enter the community colleges? Second large policy question is what should be the basis for eligibility? Again, the master plan talks about the size of those eligibility pools. It says top 1/8 and top 1/3, but doesn't really define what we mean by top. I think appropriately the master plan allows the universities to come up with the specific definitions, but the legislature might want to provide a little more guidance with regard to what top students look like. And again, I think your next panel is going to talk something about this question, but there's a number of different ways to kind of capture that. Are we talking about the students who are the most prepared for college, the students who have achieved the most when they were in high school? We're talking about students who will benefit the most. We're talking about students who will benefit the state the most. There's a lot of different ways to think about, the best students you want to get into the university, and I think it's a legitimate public policy conversation to have. In addition, on this basis for eligibility, you might want to think about this interaction of statewide eligibility and local eligibility. And this is a real important question. At the University of California, as we've mentioned, they, through eligibility in local context, do provide a lot of eligibility in a local, for each local area. It really works to allow every part of the state to have some measure of eligibility to the university. But again, there's no real link between your admissions, which campus you get into, and any particular region. The CSU is a little different. With CSU, what they've done is historically they've ensured that students have access to their local campuses, and we're serving more regional needs. But again, that's starting to erode a little bit at San Diego, where the locals no longer have that kind of guaranteed access. So how do you envision local or regional access? I think it's an important question. And then the third one, which is the subject of another panel you're going to have, is how viable is that transfer pathway? What I tried to set up for you at the beginning is that transfer is envisioned by the master plan as the way that you can feel okay about saying to 2/3 high school graduates you can't go to the university directly. But does that transfer pathway work as well as it should? Both do students at community colleges have access to the courses they need, the advising, the placement services they require? And then as well at the universities, are their transfer requirements standardized enough and open enough where students can reasonably be expected to transfer to the campus, to a campus they need to get to? So with that, I recognize that you've got a number of other panels that deal with a lot of these issues, but I think these are the three kind of central questions I would suggest that the committee look at. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you. Thank you to the chair, and thank you, members, for inviting me to participate in this hearing. My name is Hans Johnson. I am a demographer and an associate director of research at the Public Policy Institute of California. And I am going to argue that we actually need to increase eligibility levels in California, that is, admit greater shares of high school graduates into UC and CSU. And then we need to do that not only for the economic well-being of those students, but the economic well-being of the state. I have a handout that I'm going to be speaking from. It's called Updating the Master Plan, New Eligibility Goals, that the Sergeant at Arms, I think, provided to you. So let's start off with slide 2, which is an attempt to answer this question of why should we increase eligibility levels at CSU and UC. PPIC has done projections of the state's economy and the state's population, and what those projections show is that California faces what we call a workforce skills shortage. Specifically, our economy is increasingly demanding more highly educated workers, and our projections are that if current trends persist, by 2025, 40% of workers in California will require a college degree, or 40% of jobs will require a college degree. But our population is not headed in the same direction. If current population trends persist with respect to educational attainment, only about 35% of adults in California will have a college degree, and this equates to a shortfall of 1 million workers in California, a shortfall with respect to bachelor's degrees, which is the focus of this work. Certainly there is room for supplying some of this demand through post-secondary education short of a bachelor's degree, but the focus of what I'm speaking about this morning will be on these bachelor's degree projections. So then let's turn to the next slide, slide 3. How do we close this gap? And keep in mind that this gap won't exist in reality in the future. Either we will have a less skilled economy in the future with lower incomes, lower tax revenues, more demand for social services, or we will have our population respond and our policies respond in ways that allow us to elevate the educational attainment levels of workers in California so that we will meet the economic demand and therefore have a higher income, higher tax revenue, all the kinds of things that we want to happen in California. Okay, so how do we close this gap? Well, there are really only 3 ways that we can do that. That is, we can increase transfer from community colleges to 4-year colleges and universities, and you will hear more about that. We have a report coming out next month where we talk about some of those issues. We need to increase completion rates at CSU and UC. These are not part of the master plan right now and perhaps should be in higher education policy moving forward. CSU has recently announced new goals with respect to completion, and those new goals are very much in line with what we have recommended needs to happen in California to help make a big dent in this workforce skills gap. And then finally, what I'm going to be focusing on this morning, we need to also increase eligibility levels for UC and CSU. And we need to do all 3 of these things if we are going to make a big impact on this workforce skills gap. Doing one of these alone will not be sufficient. All right, so let's turn to slide 4. Which shows you graphically what's been happening in our economy over the last 50 years and what's been happening with eligibility levels over the last 50 years. And as you know, and as Steve just mentioned, eligibility levels have not changed since the master plan was developed 50 years ago. So on this chart, you see the gold line, which is CSU eligibility levels at 33%, the blue line, UC eligibility levels, which are at 12.5%, and even with the new changes that UC is implementing, their goal is still to identify the top 12.5% of high school graduates that will be eligible for admission. So that over the last 50 years, there's been no change in those levels. Then look at the green bars here, which shows you the percent of workers in California that have a bachelor's degree or more. And you'll see that in 1960, it was 12.5%. Today, it's around 33%. Our projection, as I just noted, is that by 2025, 41% of jobs in California will require a college degree. And so then you look at this and you realize, well, in 1960, when the master plan was developed, the idea of having space in public universities for 1/3 of the top high school graduates was very forward-thinking. As Steve noted, it was perhaps a slight restriction from where they had been before the master plan. But given the large number of students who were going to be coming through the system in California, this was a very ambitious goal, and especially it was ambitious in light of what was happening in the economy. Now turn to the chart for 2008, and you'll see that in many ways these eligibility levels are regressive. They're lower than what our economy is actually requiring right now, let alone where we're headed for the future. We need more college graduates in California, and the master plan levels are sufficient, are too low. So let's now turn to slide 5. There's a couple points I want to make here. This chart ranks California compared to other states in terms of direct college going from high school. California is the gold bar there. The United States average is the red bar. California ranks 40th out of the 50 states in terms of direct college going from high school. And it's not just a California problem. If we look at this internationally, the United States, which used to lead the world by far and away in terms of the production of bachelor's degrees or higher among its population, has fallen behind many other industrialized countries. So now we rank about 8th or 9th. The President has mentioned this in some of his initiatives to improve college going and college completion in the United States as a whole. But as this chart shows, as much as this might be a concern for the United States as a whole, it's an even bigger problem for our state. Okay, so what do we do about it? Slide 6 presents our goals, our proposals at PPIC for establishing new eligibility goals. And what this chart shows is where we are right now, and then this phase-in period that I'll talk about in a second, and then our proposed levels. So you'll see on the right-hand side there, we are proposing increasing eligibility levels for UC to 15%, for CSU to the top 40% of high school graduates, and that these are goals that we should establish for 2025. And that means that we would have this phase-in period from where we are right now to where we want to be by 2025. If we do this, we have a whole model that will be discussed in more length in a report we have coming out next month. But if we do this, we can make a huge dent in this achievement gap. And this phase-in period is very nice because part of it occurs during a period when we don't have a rapid increase in the number of high school graduates. So accommodating more students in CSU and UC is easier in that environment than it is if there were rapid increases in high school graduates. It also allows for very incremental changes from one year to the next. So instead of going from one level to a much higher level the next year, and all the kinds of problems that would create with respect to capacity, with respect to college readiness, this phase-in period allows us and allows students and K-12 educators and students to prepare for these new eligibility levels. So I very much hope you will take these proposed levels to heart, and I'd be very happy to talk to you about them in more detail later. Okay, so let's turn to the next slide, slide 7. I know there are going to be other panelists who will talk about college readiness, but obviously one of the big concerns you have, and Steve talked about it, is if you increase eligibility levels, and there's a concern about the quality of or the ability of students to succeed in higher education. There are a lot of different ways to measure the preparedness of high school graduates in California compared to those in the rest of the United States and across time. And we've looked at a number of those. Here I'm showing you just the percent of high school graduates in California who have taken advanced math courses. And the big picture here is that, the glass is half empty and it's kind of half full. California students are doing much better. High school graduates are doing much better today than they were about 10 years ago. You'll see that in 1994, for example, 13% of California high school graduates had taken calculus and passed. In 2005, 21% of California high school graduates had taken calculus in high school and passed, and that's very impressive. And now realize that this is in a context where the UC eligibility levels are set at the top 12.5%. So in the last 10 or 11 years or so, we've almost doubled the percentage of California high school graduates who, at least by math, you would say, are very well qualified for college. They have taken and passed calculus, which is a college-level course. If we go down to just advanced math, which includes pre-calculus, we see that the percentages have increased in California as well, from 33% to 46%, well above the CSU eligibility levels of 1/3. So this is good news. Now, compared to the United States, our graduates are less prepared, which you can see by comparing the left-hand side with the right-hand side here. But on any number of measures, we see some improvements in California high school graduates, and this story is fairly consistent, I think. If you look at AP exams, for example, taken and passed, there's been a tremendous increase, and California actually ranks fairly high nationwide in that respect. SAT scores, California has slightly higher, pretty much about the same SAT scores as the national average, and about 50% of our high school graduates take the SAT. If you look at remediation rates, of students at CSU, you see that, especially in math, those remediation rates, while high and certainly a problem, have come down over the last 10 years. So there is some good news and there is some progress being made among our high school graduates in terms of college readiness. And then finally, this last slide, which I'm sorry I neglected to give a title to, shows another advantage of increasing eligibility levels, and that is it will pull a more diverse group of students into our higher education universities. Here, what this chart is a ranking of California high school graduates by race and ethnicity. It's based on their course-taking behavior and their grade point averages. And you'll see I've highlighted here this 30th to 40th percentile. So this is the cohort, the group that would become newly eligible for CSU under our proposal. And you see, for example, for the underrepresented groups, Latinos make up 27% of this 30th to 40th percentile, compared to only 13.9% in the top 10 percentile. The other large underrepresented group in California, African Americans, make up 7% of this 30th to 40th percentile group, whereas they make up only 2.2% of the top decile of high school graduates in California by this ranking. So pulling in more students from these lower percentiles will serve to increasingly diversify our state's higher education institutions. And that brings me to my final point, which is if we want to succeed in California as an economy and as a society, we need everyone to participate. We need everyone to succeed. And increasing eligibility levels is good not only for the state. More highly educated people are more likely to start new firms. They are, as I already said, much more likely to have higher incomes, require less social services. But it also will lead to greater participation in all forms of life in the United States and in California, including civic participation. And finally, increasing eligibility levels, I think, not only is it something that we need to do in terms of the well-being of our state, but it's something that we need to do for the individual, so that kids who are going to school in California, graduating from our high schools, have a real place to find a path for them to succeed educationally, and that means economically. There is no stronger indicator of economic success in the United States or in California than educational attainment. Social mobility and educational mobility occurs primarily through college and improvements in college going and college graduation rates. This has been the engine of growth for the United States and California for decades. We are starting to fall behind, and the decisions that you make as policymakers will determine whether we continue to fall behind or offer more opportunities for the future. So thank you very much.
Mr. Nielsen.
I thank you for your testimony, and you provoked some thoughts, and when I reviewed this, I talked about, I want to get a little clearer picture of your vision of the phase-in. Some of the notes I made that if we're going to do this, the new goals of eligibility, certainly that's going to require some substantial changes in K-12 and community colleges as well. Your next chart kind of addresses that there's some hope. I wasn't as excited about the advances with calculus and pre-calculus, SAT, but that being the case, this phase-in period, isn't this going to require a phase-in with the increasing excellence in K-12 and some changes in community college too, to not result in tremendous pressures on CSU and UC to in fact level down instead of challenge up and get college-educated more students into the work world, but we're going to have pressure, well, gee, they just can't make it. We're going to have to do more remedial ed. We're going to have to level down the courses, change our grading to save these students. So how long does this phase-in period have to occur, do you think? Are you tracking it with K-12 progress or what benchmarks?
Exactly. So I think that we would need to establish the right kinds of benchmarks. Certainly you don't want to lower standards so that you have students who are less able to succeed going to college. I think that with improvements we have seen in our K-12 system, which are in peril, I acknowledge, given some of the funding realities that are occurring right now, But given the progress that we've seen in the past, I think the best option would be that the K-12 students would rise to this challenge, and not just the students, the entire system, and be as college-ready or more college-ready than in the past, and that you wouldn't need to lower standards. And let me note that one of the ways that UC and CSU have maintained this 12.5% and this top one-third is by ratcheting up their A through G requirements and their standards. And had some of those changes not taken place, we would actually be at higher thresholds today than we were in the past. So part of what's happened in California is that the higher education institutions have managed their eligibility levels by increasing standards. Now, again, I don't disagree that there are requirements for remediation, and certainly the community colleges could play a huge role. And I haven't talked about what we've proposed in terms of transfer pathways, but that also needs to be enhanced in order to close this education skills gap. But I agree with you that we would need to monitor and make very clear goals in terms of progress and what we want to see happening for these students who are newly eligible, and all students. And I think that's something else this committee is talking about and should be talking about, is how do we provide the proper incentives to our higher education systems to get the outcomes that we want as a state, which include, degree completion, whether it's an associate's degree or a certificate at the community colleges or a bachelor's degree at CSU and UC. Funding and enrollment is fine and will need to continue, but funding some of the outcomes we want is also, I think, a smart way to go.
How would we affect this phase-in period, these benchmarks, as I use the term? Would the CPEC do that? Would the legislature do it statutorily? Would the systems coordinate and do that themselves? How would the benchmarks be established as to what they would be?
So the systems right now, as Steve mentioned, determine how they identify the top 12.5% in UC's case and the top one-third in CSU's case. I think the systems should still identify the top students. Steve suggested that you might offer them some guidelines. I think that's fine. But I think what you should do if you adopt this phase-in period is tell them and provide funding for them for the annual incremental changes that are necessary to get us from, in UC's case, 12.5% to 15%, and in CSU's case, from 33 to 40%. So, for CSU, for example, a 7 percentage point increase in 15 years means you're going up about a 0.5 percentage point each year. That's not a huge change in terms of the number of students that are eligible in any given year. I think that guidance and that requirement, in fact, should come from the state, and then it would be CSU that would identify specifically how they rank those students and determine eligibility.
I was thinking even some more specificity as to the benchmarks, not just the target populations, but benchmarks as far as what happens in CSU, at K-12 and community colleges. In other words, the benchmark or the phase-in period is 5 years or whatever it would be. You need to have it some way defined, and then within that, what would you need to expect to have happened at K-12? What would we need to expect to happen at community colleges?
So this is where I think one of the things we need, and certainly one of something that we're working on in California in our education systems, is good data. So if we had good information about high school graduates and their pathways into college or not, and from community colleges into the universities, and we have some of that now. I don't want to understate that there is some data out there. But what I think the way this would operate is that every year you would have an assessment of high school graduates in California and how they compare to the standards that have been established by UC and CSU that are meant to reach these target levels, and then have a discussion about, are we having, is it to reach this 40% or to move down to this new target level during the phase-in period, are we having to lower standards, and should we do that? And I could imagine that you might suspend at that point the increased eligibility level if you have to lower the standards too much. And those would be decisions that would have to be made as you went through and deliberated about establishing these benchmarks. But I do agree there has to be some sort of assessment of high school graduates and their readiness for college. And we shouldn't just start reaching down further and further down into the pool of high school graduates without acknowledging some of the difficulties that could create. But I am optimistic, again, based on some of what's been happening with respect to high school graduates. We have this real bifurcation in California, which is a huge problem, certainly. But we have a lot of students in our high schools who are doing very well, and we have increasing numbers of students who are, as I showed you, taking advanced math classes, taking AP exams and passing them. So there's progress being made. One of our big problems as a state is we have a lot of kids who are certainly at the very low end of the educational readiness distribution, and who we're really not talking about when we're talking about these eligibility levels and increasing them.
So in the last 10 years, we've seen a diminution of the number of transferring students having to take remedial at CSU and UC? Has that number gone down as a percentage or not?
So the numbers that I've looked at for CSU, where it's a much bigger problem than at UC, and I don't have them right with me, but I could send them to you later, is that in math especially, we've seen a decline in remediation, the percent of students that need remediation when they come in. And CSU also, has developed this early assessment program where students, when they're juniors in high school, take an exam that lets them know whether they're ready for math and college-level English. And if they're not, then they're supposed to hopefully take care of that remediation in their senior year of high school. One study of that process done by a professor at Davis should suggest that it's working to some extent, that some of the students are actually becoming college ready because of the information they got from that EAP. So it's programs like that I think we should encourage and identify as ways to try to get kids college ready, certainly before they go to college.
Well, that's a key point, and I've just hearkened to, and it's a part of the merit of this joint committee review and Chairman Ruskin's interest in it, and others of us who really care. One of the motivations for me to put in the review of the master plan in the 80s was the amount of remediation and CSU and UC demanding more and more money for remedial ed. And I said, well, something's broken. That's not your job. And that was a part of the review and the recommendations of the time, and then to skip over to today where we're at. What you're telling me gives me some comfort, but I would only suggest in closing that the remediation issue is something that would be needed to be a part of the benchmark picture assessing. Thank you very much.
Mr. Boiler, you wanted to briefly add on? We do have to keep pace with
Just a very quick comment, Mr. Chair, in respect to Mr. Nielsen's question. I'm not sure exactly how this would be implemented if you were interested in, but one very simple thought that might address your concerns is you could leave UC and CSU eligibility indexes where they currently are. In other words, require the level of SAT and ACT requirements that are currently in place. And if you were to do a good job of making students better prepared through high school, a larger percentage of students automatically would qualify for UC and CSU. On the natural, we would expect UC and CSU to adjust those indices to retain those 12.5%, 33% pools. But if UC and CSU left them alone, you could get more students qualified, more students eligible without reducing standards. So that would be one approach.
Thank you. Mr. Block?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple quick clarifying questions. The shortfall of 1 million college graduates, that is by 2025, assuming the status quo, no changes in the master plan?
Yes.
Okay. The other question relates to your slide number 5, which I found very interesting. This one about college, those enrolling in college, recent high school graduates enrolling. What surprised me is not so much that California ranks where they rank, but my colleague to the right point out on the top, Mississippi is the top state.
Yeah.
And I was wondering, it's not often I ask this question, but what can we learn from Mississippi about education?
Well, let me tell you, I almost didn't put this slide in. I have another one that just shows you the 20 most populous states, and California ranks 18th out of the 20 most populous. The reason I didn't put it in is because Mississippi, and Mississippi is misleading. The main reason Mississippi is at the top is because this is among high school graduates, and Mississippi has a very high high school dropout rate. So getting to high school graduation in Mississippi means you're a pretty good student already. And Mississippi is not, their K-12 system has one of the highest dropout rates in the country, and that's part of what's happening here in Mississippi. So the better examples, in this are, and sorry, it's hard to read, but are New York, Connecticut, New Jersey, Minnesota, Georgia, Virginia. Those are probably states that we would look to as a better example than Mississippi.
That's fascinating. I realize you're held to whatever the statistics show nationwide, but I would appreciate from everybody in the future warnings of those kind of things, because it looks here like Mississippi is the role model. What you're explaining makes absolute sense. Thank you.
Let me,
Question.
Senator Liu.
When we talk about increasing the increasing enrollment for college graduates, capacity, your study didn't include capacity or cost to the state. That's a huge issue, just structurally or facility-wise, and increased costs for getting more kids into the system. And I'm sure we could cost it out as to how much more over the 13 years, 15 years that we would need to increase the cost to give to our institutions of higher learning. And do you have any response to that? I mean,
So I'm sorry.
Sure.
Yeah. So we have done this kind of costing out in terms of instructional expenses, how much more this would cost. And by 2025, once this is fully implemented, in current dollars, it would be about $2 billion a year.
Additional $2 billion.
And that's just instructional. Now,
Is that
having said
annually?
Annually. That's in 2025. Because we would be doing this incrementally, then obviously those costs would not be experienced all in 1 year. And that also assumes no changes in other kinds of support or other kinds of efficiencies. It leaves out some of the capital concerns, although, as you know, raising money through bonds for capital expenditures has been much less difficult than the operating expense side for higher education.
Thank you.
We'll have Mr. Cook, did you have a question?
Yeah, just a couple of quick comments and everything. I appreciate your slide about and your recommendations about the percentages going to UC and Cal State. I certainly agree with that. With the demands for college graduates in the future. This is a plan. How we're going to pay for it, that's going to be very, very difficult. But I think if we're talking about long-range plans, I'm glad you incorporated that. And the second thing, I'm glad you mentioned early on about the regional aspect of it. That in this day and age, I don't know. I find that a lot of students have difficulty. Even though they might be qualified for the UC system or what have you, they have to stay in their regional area. They might be single moms. They might need that part-time job as costs go up, et cetera, et cetera. And I think it kind of reinforces to a certain degree that regional approach. I'm always pushing for University of California, Riverside, a medical school because of the demands of those two counties which have grown and the medical care. So I'm glad you mentioned that, and I hope that as we go on, we can not lose that nugget about at least some degree of regional allocation when we talk about it. Remedial training, I know, as most people know, I've taught in all three institutions. It's a big-time problem. Maybe students have finally given up on calculus. I did a long time ago, even though I was forced to take it. And I'm being facetious, but I'm glad with the math game. I think English is still a problem, and we need remedial programs, or we're going to give up on a lot of these students. And part of it might be they just give up because we do have a high dropout rate. And so I'm very, very concerned that we make sure we continue to study that, because I think it is a problem. And as I said, sometimes a number of these students, they just say, well, I can't make it, and that these demands for the remedial programs in addition to everything else. So thank you very much for your comments today.
Before we go to the next panel, let me just ask you quickly, Mr. Johnson. So in terms to follow Senator Liu's line of questioning, in terms of capacity, what briefly do you envision in terms of additional expansion of current campuses, need for additional campuses? Have you sketched that out?
So we have sketched out the numbers statewide, but we have not sketched out how you would allocate that to individual campuses. Certainly, there are campuses that have much greater capacity constraints that are already in urban, built-up environments where the towns surrounding them aren't too eager for more growth. So we have not actually kind of tried to parse out how you would do this regionally and where you would put these students. I will say, though, that, again, one of the advantages we have is that the number of high school graduates is going to be fairly flat for a while. And this is just purely based on what's happened demographically with the baby boom and then the baby bust, and now we have the children of the baby bust who will be graduating from high school coming up. And so that does give us a bit of breathing room so that we don't have to have huge, and I have a chart that I could send you that shows you what this means in terms of numbers. But if you actually just looked at what our proposal suggests and you look at how our colleges have grown historically in terms of numbers, it doesn't look that different. It doesn't look like we're completely on a different pathway. And the reason for that is because we have this flatlining of high school grads that we've never had before. And that gives us the opportunity to continue to have more students going in, a higher rate of high school graduates going to college, but not a huge ratcheting up of the numbers.
I see. Increased rate.
Increased rate, but just flat on a flat line versus increasing a rate on a steeply increasing line. It's a lot easier to do on the flat line.
Right. And one very cogent comment I think you made, may have been Mr. Boilard, is that this gap of the gap between the number of people capable of taking the jobs to replace the baby boomer generation is I appreciate your reminding us that gap won't always be there. Right. We will either move in the direction of meeting that demand, or the demand will go away because the jobs and the economy will shift elsewhere. So that's important to remember. We won't always have the reminder of what we need to do to maintain prosperity and global leadership. With that, thank you very much for your input. I'd like to ask the next panel to come forward. Mr. Miller, Mr. Aguiar, and Ms. Wilbur. This panel will discuss the relationship between high school preparedness and eligibility and the linkages between college preparedness and success. To drill down, in a sense, on some of the issues that have just been discussed. And as always, if each panelist will please identify yourself as you begin and your association.
Do you want to go first? Okay. Good morning, Mr. Chair. Rick Miller, the Deputy Superintendent with the California Department of Education, and I appreciate you having us here this morning. You've heard already a lot this morning that we want to cover. I think Hans did a great job of sort of giving the overview of where we are. I want to spend a little time talking about K-12 in particular and our challenges to make sure that we're meeting the demand of the economy, and in particular our extraordinary achievement gap in the state that we need to pay particular attention to as we think about articulation through to higher education, because that achievement gap continues, actually increases as we move forward. We've talked a lot about the global economy this morning and how much we need to do a better job of preparing with more rigor our high school graduates. The good news is there are some trends in the right direction that we talked about. So more kids are taking AP classes and actually passing the test with 3 or higher. More kids are actually graduating A through G ready than ever before in the past. So we're making some good incremental moves. but certainly not nearly as quickly as we need to, and in particular, not closing the achievement gap that is in California, with over half of our kids being Latino, and the trend moving in that direction even more. We're not preparing our future workforce. So let me give you some example. In terms of A through G, we have about 50% of our Asian students graduate with ready A through G compliant, about 40% of our white students, only 25% of our African American, and 22% of our Latino kids. Again, I point out our Latino kids make up half of our school-age population. So we are truly not getting ready in the way we need to. And then, as we talked about beyond that, as we move into higher education, our remediation rates continue to show that same gap. So about 45% of entering freshmen into the CSU system need remediation in English language arts. But of those 45%, 26% of the white students need remediation, yet 63% of our African American students and 61% of our Latino students. These are daunting gaps that we must close and we must address specifically and head on. Part of the issue is clear. We need to up our game in K-12, and we need to do a better job providing better rigor and relevance, especially at the secondary level. But there also are legitimate disconnects between the K-12 system and the higher education in terms of what we expect of our students and what the higher education institutions expect when they enter, and our standards do not always align. Hans talked a little bit this morning about the early assessment program. It is truly a national model and something we can pay particular attention to here in California, and something we hope to expand with the help of all of the institutions. We are part of what's called the American Diploma Project. 30 other states, along with us, are looking at our readiness standards, what K-12 expects and what higher education needs, to make sure we're aligning them. And we're using EAP as our driver to do that. It's hard work. There's still a lot more to be done. But we think if we use this model, we'll have a better understanding. So we make sure that when a child graduates from K-12 and has done everything we can, because we do have instances in the state today where someone will graduate proficient on our standards, doing everything we ask them to do at K-12, and then when entering higher education, they will still need to take remediation. And that's a disconnect that is not the student's problem. That's a disconnect that's a system problem that we need to fix. And through our work on EAP and others, we hope to move in the direction of fixing that. And finally, what I would add is we also need a particular focus on our secondary schools. We can no longer continue to conduct secondary schools in the same way we have for years and years and years and expect the same different results. We need to think about smaller, not only class sizes, but smaller institutions as we learn, infused with more rigor and relevance. Specifically, we have these ideas of linked learning or career technical education, how we can bring them in a more meaningful way into our secondary schools to prepare kids both for the world of work and the higher ed. And I should mention, by the way, when I talked about those gaps in higher education, we also, in studies of businesses, we found about 45% of our graduating kids do not have the skills necessary to immediately enter the workforce. So at the secondary level, we need to be focusing on both and making sure that we have a better platform. And finally, I'd add, it really is a P16 issue. We can't continue to work in isolation. I think that's part of the problem why we're here today, is because K-12 went off and sort of did our thing. The master plan has done a great leadership job for higher ed here, but there's been no disconnect. So that's why I particularly appreciate you inviting me here today, so we can talk about the links and how we do a better job of putting the systems together. And with that, I think I'm going to ask Sue from UC to continue.
Good morning. Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to join you today to discuss issues related to the master plan, academic preparation, eligibility, and admission to the University of California. I'm Sue Wilbur, the System-Wide Admissions Director. My particular focus is working with faculty on the implementation of the university's freshman and transfer admissions policies. I manage the university's undergraduate application system, UC's A through G course approval process, and our transfer admissions initiatives. I cannot tell you if your son, daughter, niece, nephew, or next-door neighbor has been offered admission to the University of California for the fall 2010 term, but I have been a campus admissions director and understand well the nexus between preparation, admissions policy, implementation, and outcomes. Steve described our current approach to freshman eligibility, and you have heard previously from Professor Hurtado on the details of the university's new eligibility policy that we'll be implementing for students entering the university in 2012. As you know, the master plan leaves the determination of eligibility for admission to the segments, and at the University of California, this responsibility is delegated to the faculty. Our faculty has regularly studied aspects of the university's eligibility policy, and over the last 4 years in particular, has felt we could do a better job in reaching out and identifying well-prepared and talented students who would benefit from a UC education. It may also be useful to note that broad consideration of merit in university admissions has been a feature of every legislative review of the master plan since 1960. It has long been the goal of the university admissions policy to seek out and enroll on each campus a student body that demonstrates high academic achievement or exceptional personal talent, and that encompasses the broad diversity of backgrounds characteristic of California. In attempting to accomplish these goals, we continue to be severely challenged by the educational inequities many students experience in K-12 and by the imposition of race-neutral policies that prohibit us from reaching out as broadly as we'd like to disadvantaged populations and to closing the long-standing achievement gap. Nevertheless, over the last decade, we've made progress in enrolling freshmen and transfer classes that better represent the broad diversity that is California, and we are proud of the fact that we enroll more Pell Grant eligible students than any other system or similar institution nationwide. And we have done that even as traditional academic indicators of numbers of courses completed, grades, and admissions test scores have held steady or increased. We regularly monitor how well we are doing in fulfilling our commitment to the master plan, and as a colleague of mine is fond of saying, we are pleased with our progress, but not satisfied. We have already heard from other speakers, or you have already heard from other speakers, and we'll hear from more in the future regarding our current challenges related to enrollment funding and admission to individual campuses. So I won't dwell on that here, except to say that at the present time, the gap between enrollment funding and capacity may well be our most severe challenge to student access, certainly the most severe challenge we have faced in the last 50 years. Turning to the near future, the signature impact of the new eligibility policy is to open the opportunity to be fully reviewed for admission to a much larger and more diverse pool of students than are currently eligible. The new policy leaves in place most of the current policy, but with 3 important changes. The University of California will no longer require the SAT subject test for eligibility, although applicants may still submit test scores to demonstrate subject proficiency if they wish. We are expanding our highly successful eligibility in the local context pathway to reach deeper into every high school in the state. ELC has been a particularly useful tool in helping us reach more low-income and first-generation students in particular. And we have created some space, a very small zone, to consider additional applicants who will be selected not on a formula, but on the merits of each student's individual accomplishments. Since 2002, the university has used a process we call comprehensive review to evaluate UC-eligible applicants and make admissions decisions. Comprehensive review allows UC campuses to use more information on each student, their high school, their academic and personal accomplishments, and special circumstances to make better decisions about student achievement in the context of opportunities and challenges that each student has faced. Campuses have quite a bit of information about our schools when they are making decisions. They know, for example, the number of A through G courses that are available in each high school. They know the number of honors courses that are available and, on average, how many honors courses each student complete. We have information on average admissions test scores for each school. For public schools, we have their academic performance index number, We know the number of students who are on free and reduced lunch at each school, the number of fully and partially credentialed teachers, and much, much more. Considering each applicant in the context of the school setting is considered a best practice nationally. In the future, as is the case now, only the best qualified students, measured on a range of criteria among which academic considerations receive the highest weight, will be admitted. This brings me to the linkage between eligibility and academic preparation, and in particular, the availability and access to college preparatory coursework in high schools. For us, this is a good news and a bad news story. The university's A through G subject requirements for freshman admission fill a particular need for the university in terms of assuring student readiness for the university. And the presence of these requirements helps schools develop and implement academically rigorous coursework. This is one place where the University of California plays an important role in every California high school. University faculty set the standards for academically rigorous college preparatory coursework, and we review and approve courses in fulfillment of those standards. We partner with the California Department of Education in working with schools and with the California State University, which also uses the A through G subject requirements for CSU admission. California is farther along than many other states in determining and implementing a college preparatory curriculum in every school, and our work here is among the most forward-thinking in the nation. Over the decade, you have asked, and we have responded by approving thousands of career technical education courses in fulfillment of UC's and CSU's admissions subject requirements. At the present time, over a third of all CTE courses offered in California public schools have received A through G subject approval. The bad news is that too many students in California, particularly those at the lowest performing schools, do not have equal access to college preparatory courses. We know that there are only a handful of schools in California that do not offer the full complement of A through G courses. But whether courses are able to offer, or schools are able to offer sufficient sections of A through G courses to meet student demand is entirely a different issue. Over the years, researchers have produced many studies, including some groundbreaking work at UCLA, that bear on this question. In addition to the general availability of critical courses, we know that there are other structural barriers that many high school students face in adequately preparing for college. Let me give you an example. And it will be a typical high school freshman in a low-performing school. Let's say that the student begins high school with a course in English. Let's say he's an English language learner. He not only takes one period of English, but has one period of what they call resource or support. Let's say the student, and this is optimistic, also begins high school ready to take algebra. He has a period of algebra and another period of academic support. As a freshman, he will probably take a required course in physical education. We are now up to 5 courses in the typical 6-period day, and that leaves 1 period to take an additional A through G course, perhaps a course in social studies or a lower-level science course. In this case, the student completes, at best, 3 A through G courses in the freshman year, an inauspicious start for the student who must complete at least 15 courses by the end of high school or more to be competitive for admission at our most selective campuses. But that is only one of the disconnects we face in bridging preparation and eligibility. Everywhere we go these days, we are hearing about schools eliminating middle-tier administrators who have historically provided support for the A through G course approval process. We are concerned about the course lists that we use in our admissions process. Many of these are out of date or incomplete. Guidance counselors are being further reduced or eliminated. Schools are making tough choices about the types of teachers that they will be hired. Schools are disinvesting in the people we need to count on to help us do our work. We are doing what we can to work with schools, and I'd be happy to talk about that. But this, as Rick said, is a partnership. We are a tightly coupled system and very interdependent. The higher education community in California is heavily dependent on our high schools to produce students who are prepared and ready to take advantage of our programs. At this juncture, there are plenty of reasons to be concerned, and success in addressing this challenge is essential if our new eligibility policy is to have the desired effect of encouraging more well-qualified students to consider the University of California. At UC, we are fortunate to the extent that our outcomes, that is the first-year persistence rates, time to degree, and graduation rates, have been quite high. These positive outcomes are linked to the quality of our applicant pool and the fact that we have benefited from an ever-growing demand from high-quality, well-prepared students, and this has served us well. Yet we also know that the vast majority of students come from very limited backgrounds, and that we have an obligation to serve all of California. I'd like to say just a few words about transfer. You'll hear much more about this later on this morning, and in particular, you'll hear about some of our recent intersegmental work to smooth the transfer pathway, work that is ongoing. Let me just say that the University of California has a strong commitment to student transfer, and we are a committed partner. Last year, UC committed to enrolling an additional 500 transfer students above our planned enrollment targets, and I'm pleased to say that we met, in fact, exceeded that goal. On the heels of a 20% increase of California community college applicants for the fall 2010 term, our largest and most diverse transfer applicant pool in UC history, the university once again plans to enroll 500 community college students above the fall 2009 term. In other words, since 2008 through 2010, we seek to enroll and will enroll over 1,000 additional community college transfer students. While this is good progress and in the right direction, with more than 20,000 students projected to be turned away from community colleges next fall because there won't be enough classes for them, it may be more difficult for UC to reach its community college enrollment goals in the future. We experienced a decline in transfer students in the years after the last budget reductions, and we fear that we will see this again in the near future. I have talked about some of the challenges that we face, but I will conclude by saying that UC can contribute meaningfully to development of solutions. And we can do this most successfully if we concentrate our efforts on achievable solutions and work in partnerships with schools and our higher education partners. I appreciate the chance to be with you today and to participate in this important discussion. My colleague, Jorge Aguilar, will now speak in greater specificity on the policy challenges faced by the Fresno Unified School District and offer some policy responses that address the preparation challenges that we face.
Thank you. Mr. Aguilar, please.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. Thank you, Sue. My name is Jorge Aguilar, Associate Superintendent for Equity and Access at Fresno Unified School District. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony on the relationship between high school preparedness and college eligibility. This particular topic is of great relevance to me, given my former position at the University of California, Merced, where I served as Associate Vice Chancellor for Community and Educational Partnerships, responsible for all student academic educational partnership programs such as the Early Academic Outreach Program, P20 initiatives, Gear Up, Upward Bound, Talent Search, and others. In this newly created position, I'm responsible for creating practices and procedures that provide all students at Fresno Unified School District, the fourth largest district in the state with more than 73,000 students, an equal opportunity to graduate with the greatest number of opportunities from the widest array of options. And I'll be the first to admit that this is a lofty and vision-like statement that most schools would suggest they embrace. And to be clear, Fresno Unified still has a long way to go toward increasing student achievement for all students. We have made steady progress over the past 4 years, going from approximately 1 in 4 students scoring proficient or advanced in their CST, ELA, and math exams to 1 in 3 students, but we still have a long way to go to reach our ultimate goal, and our achievement gap is still glaring. Our work around equity and access, though new to our organization, has begun to yield positive results over the past 10 months based on our ability to access real-time data, as well as tie our efforts to an established accountability system. Our work is very much aligned to Fresno Unified's theory of action, calling for an accountability system that is tied to a process called cycle of continuous improvement, whereby data is made available for use in improving instruction by reallocating resources according to the academic needs of our students. It is a process where everyone in the system is held accountable to a data dashboard indicating where we need to make adjustments and mid-course corrections instead of waiting for yearly data results. Most important, our superintendent's own evaluation by our board takes into account data results tied to this work and certainly sets the stage for how this could be applied throughout the system. I would like to publicly commend the board and Superintendent Mike Hansen for taking the bold but frankly uncommon step of creating a cabinet-level position responsible for focusing on this issue of equity and access. I purposely use the word bold because we must recognize the fundamental disconnect that exists between legislative pressures placed on the K-12 system, both at the state and federal levels around standardized test scores, and higher education's pressure to focus not on K-12 standardized test scores, but rather on A to G completion as well as application, admission, and enrollment rates. My message to you this morning is that the answer to the question I was asked to provide testimony about is made difficult precisely because of this policy disconnect. And unfortunately, neither K-12 nor higher education have a practical incentive to bridge such disconnect. For example, our state's API and the federal government's AYP calculation methods do not take into account whether a high school increases the number of students who complete the A to G course requirements or increases the number of students who apply, are admitted, or enroll in colleges and universities. And at the other end, higher education is not necessarily rewarded for working with K-12 schools to increase student proficiency rates on CST, CELT, and other standardized tests. Simply put, connecting this fundamental yet very practical disconnect is at the heart of my responsibilities at Fresno Unified. Today, I will focus on some of the results our focus on equity and access has yielded related to creating district-wide practices and procedures that increase access for all students to, first, have an equal chance to graduate, and second, once in that position, to graduate with the greatest number of opportunities from the widest array of options. Specifically, I will focus on how we are using the A to G course requirements to measure the degree of inequity that exists for students related to opportunities to enroll in certain courses, which then allows us to uncover practices and procedures, or lack thereof, that may be creating those very inequities. Using student-level data from the University of California's Transcript Evaluation Service, which gives us a snapshot of where each student stands by grade level with respect to A to G course completion, we are working with UC Merced's Center for Educational Partnerships to develop databases that give us real-time data of potential inequities in our system. I'd like to direct your attention to a snapshot of one of those databases on the screen, which we call the A to G Monitoring Tool Database. This database allows us to query information related to A to G completion by grade level and student characteristics, including EL status, how students performed in CSU's early assessment program, special ed status, ethnicity, home language, and others. You can see the query function here. I can query for all 9th graders with no deficiencies, regardless of the GPA, and I am able to see how many on-track freshmen we have. Out of 4,800 freshman students, about half of them are on track at the moment, given their grades from the fall semester. This screenshot displays the number of students who are on track to complete 9, 10, or up to 11 A to G units at the end of their 9th grade year. Put another way, this group of students will have 11. Again, they will have 11 of the 15 A to G courses minimally required for UC-CSU eligibility just after 1 year in high school. They are more than on track for A to G completion, given that UC and CSU guidelines call for 9th grade students to complete 3 A to G units by the end of their freshman year. From an equity and access standpoint, I'm displaying this particular screenshot because looking at the left portion of the screen, you notice that all of these students attend only 2 of our 8 comprehensive high schools, meaning that given our feeder patterns to our comprehensive high schools, some students have a much greater chance of starting their high school career with 9, 10, and up to 11 A to G units, whereas based on other feeder patterns, some students will not have an equal opportunity to start their career at that point. This information immediately triggered us to review the transcripts of those students, and what we found in all of the cases was that they entered high school with up to 4 A to G units under their belt in the area of mathematics and language other than English. This particular slide shows an example of one of those students' transcripts, which we have access to in real time through these databases. We then created another database that gives us real-time access to district-wide middle school enrollment information in order to assess whether current practices or procedures may be contributing to this inequity. This next slide shows a view of such database, which allows us to select enrollment information in A to G approved subjects at our middle schools. In this case, this particular school has 123 enrolled students in Spanish 1, which is an A to G approved course here at the bottom. And of those 123 students, once I query, nearly 90% of them speak English as their primary language at home, and less than 5% speak Spanish, although this is a Spanish 1 course. More importantly, this database allows us to assess the extent to which we have not provided equal opportunities for students to enroll in these courses by looking at the academic profile of those enrolled in these courses in order to determine if there are others whose academic profile suggests that they too could have been placed in these courses. This next slide shows, here at the bottom, that 210 students enrolled in schools offering Spanish 1 meet or exceed the academic profile of current Spanish 1 students who were not placed in the same course. More importantly, the 214 figure, 214 students across our district in Fresno Unified meet or exceed the same profile but are attending schools that do not offer Spanish 1. Hence, these students will not have an equal opportunity to start their high school careers with any A to G units in language other than English subject. The next slide displays a snapshot of another database that allows us to monitor student enrollment for every AP course offered in our district. This database allows us to see in real time the difference in ethnic distribution of students across our district compared to the ethnic distribution in each individual AP course, in this case, Calculus AP. This slide shows the results of one of these courses, AP Calculus, and shows the extent to which students from certain ethnicities are under or overrepresented in AP courses across our district. For example, of the 265 students currently enrolled throughout our district in AP Calculus courses, just over 3% are African American, despite the fact that African American students make up 11.2% of our total district student population. Hispanic students make up 34% of students in AP Calculus, despite making up nearly 54% of our district's total student population. More importantly, this database allows us to see the profile of students enrolled in these courses in order to determine if there are others whose academic profile suggests that they too could have been placed in this course. In this case, I'm able to see in real time how many students meet or exceed the very profile of the AP takers but were not enrolled in that same course. In another instance of possible inequities, this next slide shows the list of the 148 students in our district who are current 12th graders who completed the A to G course pattern but did not take either the SAT, ACT, or SAT subject area test despite having GPAs between 3.5 and 5.0. We believe this too is an inequity because those students, while in a position to graduate, will not have the greatest number of opportunities from the widest array of options. This final set of slides shows a snapshot of a database that looks at the relationship between standardized test scores and A to G completion. In this case, we can query the number of 9th grade students at each of our comprehensive high schools who, for example, scored far below basic as 3rd graders, far below basic as or below basic as 5th graders, and then back to far below basic as 8th graders in their CST-ELA. We have a total of 174 students who fall in this category. Given that these students are 9th graders and we can now access an electronic A to G transcript using one of our databases, I'd like to draw your attention to what we see as a pattern for many of these 174 students. Here's the 174 students. This slide shows one of the students' A to G transcript, and you can see that after receiving a far below basic score in his or her 3rd grade CST-ELA test, a far below basic in his or her 5th grade CST-ELA test, and a far below basic in his or her 8th grade CST-ELA test, this student failed every one of his or her A to G courses this past semester as a 9th grader. We believe at Fresno Unified that this type of focus on student-level data related to both standardized test scores as well as college and career-ready eligibility data will continue to shed light on the types of practices and procedures that we must eliminate, alter, enhance, or create in order to ensure that we abide by the guiding principle of our equity and access work, calling for all students to have an equal opportunity to graduate with the greatest number of opportunities from the widest array of options. I'm proud to say that Fresno Unified will be one of what appears to be very few school districts that will offer students the opportunity to enroll in summer school, not just for credit recovery purposes, but to accelerate their possibilities of graduating college and career-ready eligible. One of several components of this acceleration summer school model will, for example, automatically enroll all 214 students which our database identified as meeting or exceeding the same profile of current Spanish 1 students who are attending schools that do not offer Spanish 1. Although parents may opt their students out of this class, we believe that automatically enrolling them in summer school will send a strong message to those students and their families, as well as our entire community, that we are committed to seeing our students graduate with the greatest number of opportunities from the widest array of options. The question of how schools could use data to prepare students to be college and career-ready eligible while addressing the very real pressures associated with standardized tests can be done. Fresno Unified is doing that now. We have invested resources in order to build our internal capacity so as to be strategic about addressing current inequities. But to repeat my earlier message, I believe that given the current policy disconnect described earlier, efforts such as Fresno Unified's as well as our Long Beach Unified partner may continue to be isolated and rare. And while we have a great deal of work to do to increase student achievement and close our achievement gap, we are getting better with the passage of time, and this body of work serves as a positive example of moving from technical to adaptive change over time. I started today by publicly commending Superintendent Hansen as well as our board for taking the bold step of creating a cabinet-level position responsible for focusing on connecting this policy disconnect. It is bold because although I believe that other school districts would see inequities similar to those that we're uncovering in Fresno, there is no practical incentive for them to do so. We believe in Fresno, however, that not shedding light on these types of practices and procedures, which must be eliminated, altered, enhanced, or created, in order to ensure that we abide by our guiding principle of our equity and access work, would simply amount to ignoring that indeed there is a relationship between high school preparedness and college and career eligibility. Although much of our work is currently focused on the access element of our Equity and Access Initiative, we foresee conversations leading to a direct linkage to classroom instruction to study whether such instruction is effectively leading to college and career-ready eligible students. This final slide demands that we in fact study this committee's question more deeply. It shows that 250 of our current 12th grade students who have completed all of their A to G courses with a 3.0 to 4.5 GPA scored not yet ready for CSU level courses in their early assessment program, math and English tests. Surely these data suggest that a relationship between high school preparedness and college success should exist. In Fresno, we are proud that we have taken the step to access these data in real time, and we intend to study questions such as these in order to implement systemic changes leading to greater opportunities for all students. Thank you for the opportunity to address you today, as well as your leadership in this issue.
Thank you. One clarifying question first. The statement you just mentioned in regard to this slide, you said that these were students who whose GPA was between 3 and 4.5, and that their early assessment proved lacking. So am I to understand the assessment was done first, and then their grade point average showed the value of the early assessment because it led them to be able to improve their performance? Is that
Mr. Chair, these students took the EAP as 11th graders.
Okay.
So as we track the data, this particular tool allows us to query how many current 12th graders who took it as juniors have completed or are on track to complete all A to G courses with a 3.0 to 4.5 GPA only in A to G courses. But when we analyze their results in the EAP, they scored not yet ready for CSU level courses.
Despite
completing all of the A to G courses with a very modest GPA.
So the results of that indicate then that just completing the courses and getting good grades in them doesn't really necessarily prepare the students for college.
Well, from an equity and access standpoint, what it suggests is that the very question you asked me to provide testimony on is one that we have to study further because of these data.
Why. To understand the connection or the lack of connection between the two.
That's exactly right.
Before I open for questions, let me just take the opportunity, since you're here today, to ask you a question based on a previous hearing we had on affordability and student aid. One of the things that we learned in that hearing was that many students in high school are reluctant to ask well, first of all, they and their families may not distinguish the difference between what we call the sticker price of higher education and the actual cost that to them because they do not understand the opportunities of financial aid, or they have for cultural reasons and other reasons are reluctant to seek financial aid. And we were instructed by many of the witnesses that financial aid, understanding of financial aid needs to occur much earlier than even the senior year in high school, but needs to go back perhaps to the freshman or sophomore years. Can you comment on this as one of the factors that could diminish or increase the number of students who eventually who seek college, who believe they can attend college, who have that as a goal, and ultimately who graduate and then go to college?
Well, I'll certainly comment from a K-12 perspective, and then allow my colleagues to comment from a K-12 and higher ed perspective as well. Having come from higher ed just 10 months ago into K-12, I would say that we're excited that at Fresno Unified we have programs such as College Making It Happen. We have partnerships with other higher ed institutions where we are going lower and lower to the grade levels to make sure that both students and families, we have partnerships with the Parent Institute for Quality Education and other nonprofit organizations working with families to make sure that they do understand not just the total cost versus the fees and tuition and other costs, but even more basic information such as how do interest rates accrue on educational loans. What is the difference between an educational loan and a commercial loan in terms of repayment periods, et cetera. Certainly, I do believe that that having parents and students understand those critical differences when parents are making a decision about maybe purchasing a car for graduation and knowing what that commercial loan means versus an educational loan, I think would help make a better informed decision.
Thank you. Mr. Portantino?
Yeah, couple questions. one of the things that struck me was that statistic where you talked about students who had completed their A through G but not taken certain subject tests or not given themselves the best and most broad opportunities to go to the next level. And some of the conversation, there's the access and opportunity to take the classes, and then there's obviously navigating the system. And I don't know if I missed it in your presentation, but did you see relationship to students who have talked to counselors on campus, or the ratio of counselors? I know in one of my high schools it's 750 kids to one student, and certainly when you have students who are the first in their family to be looking at college, and obviously those who aren't have an advantage. Did you look at any relationship with, or has anybody looked at how the role of the counselors or the ratio or frequency in which students access it play an advantage? And is that something that can be a cost-effective discussion for us as we look at the articulation for us to look at resources? That's one, and then I have another question after you talk.
Absolutely. I would say that certainly our counselor-to-student ratio is above what the National Counseling Association has indicated. In addition, in terms of our equity and access work, we do have a theory of action, and the first step in our theory of action is to build these tools that simply suggest whether there are inequities in our system, and then to have deep conversations about whether or not the way we have done things in terms of tradition, practices, procedures, written or not, have contributed to those inequities. That particular tool is simply suggesting that an inequity may exist because we have that many students with high enough GPAs having completed A to G courses, and whether or not we were able to convince those students that even if they intended to enroll at a community college, that early on they should leave all of their options open is something that we're starting to study. Most of the tools at the moment, because we're addressing the access component of our equity and access initiative, involve all of the counselors at Fresno Unified School District. The other issue that we're trying to address through this kind of work is also to be more focused in terms of the role of the counselor in K-12. We know, for example, that this policy disconnect means that many of our counselors are proctoring standardized tests, and in other words, they're doing a lot of things that are not merely associated to some of the things that we're uncovering in terms of potential inequities in our district. And we hope that through this kind of work, we as a district will be more focused in trying to understand how to better define the role of a counselor at all of our middle schools and high schools.
It just seems to me that that's an area where we look at the unused financial aid that we're not helping kids get to. We look at lost opportunities. We look at navigating. It may be a cost-effective place to look at how we allocate our resources, and certainly, as you point out, the training and the goals of those counselors need to be aligned with what's in the best interest of the students. My next question is, in preparedness, in again the system, do you see any place for concurrent enrollment or greater access of students, whether they're high-performing students looking for opportunities with concurrent enrollment and a greater relationship in the 9-12 to community college?
Absolutely, Assemblyman. We do have partnerships with both Fresno City College, the State Center Community College District, as well as CSU Fresno, where some of our faculty actually teach at Fresno State concurrently, so that our students are able to take courses at those institutions of higher ed as well.
And have you seen how those students then perform, or what's happening to those students who are going that path? Have you tracked their success versus others, or?
We haven't here, based on my body of work, but certainly have had very serious conversations with CalPAS, for example. We have entered into a partnership with them where we've uploaded all of our district database and are now starting to disaggregate the data to better understand how all of our students are doing once they reach higher education.
Well, when you get that, I'd be interested in seeing how your students who have gone one path versus another are doing in their career. So
absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Hancock.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think many of us are circling around the same set of questions, because I do want to commend you for focusing on data and for developing this system. It suggests a number of things. To me, the last thing that you said suggests that there is quite a large disconnect between the content of AP classes and the expectations of CSUs. That really needs profound study. That students, you're telling us, are getting good grades in what are called advanced placement classes, and nevertheless testing as unready for coursework at our state university system. How do you go about remedying that?
Well, as I said, we're 10 months into this body of work, and have had several conversations with partners such as CalPAS, our CSU partners as well. In fact, for the CSU's ELM and EPT, we have such a strong partnership with Fresno State that for the first time they offered that particular exam on one of our high school campuses, so that our students don't have to find ways to get to the CSU campus. These tools are simply giving us information about what kinds of questions we need to study further. I think that there are going to be wonderful opportunities with higher education at Fresno Unified to have conversations among faculty members, for example, to talk about curriculum pacing, backward mapping, those kinds of things that that only they would be able to work on, and give us better information about why we might be seeing this information at this end.
Yeah. Does UC approve AP classes in various high schools across the state? So
yes, there is an AP audit process by which schools are monitored very closely by the College Board for the content of the courses. That said, there's no guarantee that what is approved is actually what is taught in a particular school, and we know that there are vast differences across schools in terms of both students' availability to advanced placement courses as well as the level of teacher preparation to teach some of these courses. So taking an advanced placement course does not automatically guarantee that a student is proficient and ready for higher education.
Okay, so interesting. Teacher preparation and other things, because it does seem to me that to imply to students that they're taking classes that will prepare them adequately, if in fact success in those classes does not lead to success being ready to go into CSU and UC, that we have a huge problem. I'm wondering if you could tell us how many counselors you do have at Fresno Unified.
I think in the last round of funding, we hired about 74.
Wow.
Remember, I would have to get back to you.
Yeah, but do you know how many you'd have in a high school?
We have between 4 and 5 counselors.
Okay,
although we have large high schools.
Yeah, the ratio.
Ratio. Yeah.
Do you know what?
I'm not sure the exact number. I can get back to you on the ratio currently.
But there are other things that Mr. Miller mentioned, such as small schools. Are you looking at small school strategies? And also, is anybody looking at the use of IT, distance learning, to hook in highly prepared and successful teachers to maybe teaching AP classes and other kinds of preparation in high schools?
Well, yes, I'd say statewide there is absolutely a lot of work, and based on our high-speed network in CNIC, there is a big push to try to both make sure that there's access at home for these kids so they can take it, especially in our rural areas, to making sure that they're, and then also a huge investment in building up content, online content, so we have that both on the professional development side and actually on the curricular side. So there is a large investment going on to try to build those infrastructures.
Yeah, it occurs to me that when I went to university, you had the stellar professor teaching to a class, cast of thousands, and then a perfectly wonderful graduate student who saw you in groups of 20, and you had conversations.
Right.
And I don't know if that kind of thing would work or whatever, but it does seem to me it's a problem when we're not delivering as advertised. And then I will be interested in knowing what actually happens when you use your data system and you find, for instance, there is a student who is eligible to take Spanish 1 or whatever, and they're not enrolled. What is the personal contact that takes the data system and links it to greater success for a real young person in real time?
Sure. In this case, I hope you were able to appreciate that one of the things that we have tried to do and embed in terms of a concept into our tools is this notion that we don't need parents to be empowered to demand this kind of access, that simply seeing the data in front of you in real time triggers a call to action. What we have done with those particular data is we have said this is so critical to us in terms of equity and access that as part of our summer school programming, we are going to offer every one of those students, because certainly if the parent understood that, they would say, why isn't my child given an opportunity to enroll in those courses? We will automatically enroll them in our summer school session, work with the families, hope that we can convince the families that their children ought to go to summer school because of the value that it brings in terms of starting their high school career with some A to G units under their belt.
Thank you.
One quick follow-up. What is one other, when you talk about the disconnect between the A to G preparation, that the tests show that their students are really not ready, there's always the possibility that the tests themselves are either not an accurate reflection of the readiness of the student, or that the tests, that the disconnect could be on the side of the test in certain instances, or the test taker or the test taking, rather than that there was something lacking. I'm just wondering if there are any statistics where people who are shown unready in a standardized test actually show themselves ready when they attend the university. You'd need a quick correlation chronologically between the test taking and then the attendance at the university. But any comments on that?
Well, we're just building that database because it's relatively new to the AP. We're just tracking the kids through at the beginning to see how they do. But we do invest a lot of money in our assessments to ensure that they're valid and reliable across the state. And so we have some good faith that the tests themselves are accurately reflecting students' knowledge when they sit there that day. I think it's the disconnect between the standards of what's expected at K-12 and the standards. It's not the tests, it's the standards themselves that we really need to look at. In addition, I'd also remind the committee that we have a disconnect between A through G and our high school graduation requirements. You understand, in the mathematics side, all we ask is Algebra 1 completion, but we're asking up to pre-calc really as a way to get into University of California. So we have lots of disconnects we as a system need to think about.
Okay, thank you. And then before I call on the others, I would kindly ask my fellow committee members to be brief, because we're now falling behind again, and we have some very, very interesting panels coming up. Mr. Block, then Mr. Foratani, Mr. Nielsen.
I share Senator Hancock's frustrations. I think we all have frustrations with the way things are working right now. I appreciate, Dr. Aguilar, the studies you've done, and I think the statistics, the findings will be very helpful to us in the future. But basically what I'm getting out of that study is that the basic finding is that we're failing. That Fresno Unified is failing, not unlike other unified districts around the state. I know the study's only been going on for 10 months. The failing's been going on for 10 years, 20 years, 30 years. I'm frustrated because I need more than to know that we're failing. And we look to you all collectively, not just you three, for some suggestions. Summer school is a great suggestion, but what makes you think that in summer students who during the other 9 months aren't getting it are going to get it? If students aren't taking A to G courses, then of course they're not ready to take the CSU entry tests and do well on them. So we thought, well, let's get them in A to G courses. So now you've studied and you're looking at students who've taken the A to G coursework and they're still not doing well. Well, are these students who are taking the courses but are failing or doing very poorly? No, you're telling us that at least in Fresno, these are students who get between a 3.0 and a 4.5 GPA. So does that mean your teachers are just giving kids great grades because they want to look good, or what does it mean? I don't know what it means. Maybe your study can tell us what it means. But if we know that if students take the A to G coursework, if they perform exceptionally well in the A to G courses, they're still not ready for CSU, it's time to get some remedy as opposed to just, yes, we have a problem. We all knew that coming in here today. So I'm asking you all and future witnesses who talk to us, what suggestions do you have? Summer school, okay, there's one. Besides summer school, besides doing the same thing in June and July that you do in September and October, and expecting different results, what do you suggest?
Well, if I can start this one, I'd just like to say that the data-driven approach that you saw here this morning is highly unusual. In fact, it may be the only such approach that I'm familiar with in California. It's innovative, it's critical, it is school-centered, and it is extremely promising. But having the data is only the first step of responding to the problem. You then have, and I don't mean to be paternalistic about this, but you need a Jorge Aguilar in every school district in California that uses this data strategically to make important changes. You might have noticed when he said that they have identified students who are just short of A through G requirements and are mandating that those students take summer school so that they will have completed at least 11 courses. I don't know of any other school district in this state that is doing anything nearly as sophisticated as this. So it really is a combination of identifying what your problems are and then having a curricular leadership team that is skilled and expert in using that data to drive change.
So you're suggesting this began in California 10 months ago?
What Jorge, he's using actually a product that we developed at the University of California called the Transcript Evaluation Service. It's currently in about 80 schools statewide. For most schools, it's year-old data. Counselors may or may not know how to use it. As a reminder, these counselors are overburdened, have multiple responsibilities. What he has done is what did you call it? I saw this presentation a couple weeks ago when I was in Fresno for a different purpose, but he calls it TES on steroids. He has made it real time and then use the data now strategically to inform change. Assemblymember Block, I am not familiar with any other school in this state that is coming anywhere close to what you have seen this morning.
Well, I think it's wonderful we've got this data-driven approach. I sat on school boards for the last 20 years, and I've had many people tell me they're doing data-driven studies, and we get lots of data and don't get much result. I hope that this is different than what we've got in the last 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, and so on.
So I do feel I need to add, I'd be remiss if I didn't say that. I think there are some great ideas. We have some real ideas of how to make changes. Feeder patterns matter a lot, looking at middle schools, looking at structure of high school, but also, with all due respect, funding the system, right? We have $18 billion in cuts over the last 7 years. We cannot sustain the current levels we're paying our schools and expect better outcomes. We need to truly fund our system if we're going to get different results.
I'm going to ask the members to be very brief. We've got a...
I appreciate that, but you ought to dole out the time then,
Okay.
so that we all get equal time. I'm going to be brief. Other people have spoken several times.
All right, fair enough.
Let's at least do that. Thank you very much. Mr. Aguilar mentioned Long Beach Unified School District, and I think one other piece beyond the data-driven information is this connection in Long Beach, and Mr. Senator Wright represents the area as I do. They connect their unified school district with their community college with Cal State Long Beach. which is the model I'm hearing out of Fresno. Then you add UC Merced, and then bingo, you have the issue that you spoke to, the first speaker, about the disconnect. You connect them, and then people could make sure that what's happening in the unified system makes sense relative to admissions in the CSU or the UC or the community college. That continuum is, I think, what's critical. The last comment from our first speaker on the panel, although hits the nail right on the head, we can talk about this all day long. The issue is going to be the dollars. It's only going to get worse. Absolutely. From everything I'm hearing from my school districts and every school district that we all represent, the kind of evisceration that's going on relative to programs, the counseling ratio is a joke, an absolute joke. I don't care how many counselors you have, but if they're doing 1 to 1,000, which is one number I'm hearing out there, from 750 to 1,000 students in 1 year, how do you do that? I mean, how do you even get them to sit down for a second in a chair in an office, let alone talk about anything? So those issues. Well, one thing, and I wish I could be briefer, Ira, but it's been an issue that has sort of been a bit, for me, somewhat of an elephant in the living room, and that's the admissions issue for UC, University of California. I have a ton of questions about it. I don't know if it's the time or place. We do have people that are going to be coming up and making public comment about it, but it's a critical concern, and I just want to share this with those of us at the dais. The University of California, I have absolute respect for. My son's a Bruin. My oldest son's an Anteater. They've all graduated from UC. We're a part of the master plan, which is critical on this discussion. They're changing their admissions program, their policy. They're modeled it a couple of times because of asks from the community and advocates. A lot of information's coming out of it, and I think it's really worth a discussion. If we can't do it here, I've already talked to some of the other ethnic caucuses to potentially do a hearing, because it's going to affect people's lives. I really appreciate expanding the pool relative to those that be considered, but I also know we're restricting the admissions for many reasons. One, because of the overall budget problem, we're just turning away people at UC and CSU that are already qualified. Right. And two, with the increased costs, that's in its own way restricting admissions because families just can't afford it. And the first panel, Mr. Johnson, I think had in some ways a solution in that if we could expand admissions. Now, these are the numbers I'm hearing. At Cal State Long Beach, for example, they had 70,000 students apply for their freshman class. At UCLA and Berkeley, I think it's up around 50, 60,000 applying. And we know you apply to multiple campuses, but just on the natural. We have a ton of people that are qualified and ready to come to our campuses if we had the money to educate them. And so this issue, if we could expand enrollment, this admissions change relative to policy, I don't know if it'd be that critical. But it is critical if you're reducing the number of admits. You can expand the pool all day long, which is fine. But if you limit and reduce because of budget concerns, and it's not UC's fault, it's the fault of the budget, the number being admitted, we got a real critical situation. And I think it's really worth a lengthy discussion. I know we have some people going to talk about it. We've been talking with UC. They've been great about trying to explain it. We've been having meetings all over the place. I'm meeting with the Latino caucus, the Black caucus, other caucuses, because I chair the API caucus, because this is a real critical issue, and it's just going to really affect people's lives. So I appreciate we need to be brief, and I understand the broader context of all that we're talking about with this review of the master plan. You and I have talked about this before, but we need a time and a place to really have at this one because it's going to change people's lives.
Senator Wright.
And just to go almost in a different direction, the majority of the kids, both at Fresno or at Long Beach and other places, aren't going to college. Either they don't want to go, there's no room for them, they're not qualified. I'm concerned that I'm still not hearing what do you do about vocational training for the kid who doesn't have the desire, need, financial capability to go to college. So when again, I mean, clearly for those young people who are going to attend college, I think A through G is a great program for them. For the kid who's going to be a plumber, I'd like us to begin looking at or an electrician, or again, the majority of your kids in Fresno, I don't know the number, but if you're like most people, 70% of your kids ain't going to college. I'd almost like us and we may have to consider, given budget issues, overlapping at some point with private post-secondary schools who do specialized training for employment. Because if a kid graduates from your school and all he got was a Casey certificate, that means he ain't got a job and he almost wasted the last 2 or 3 years of his life. So if he's not going to college, which is the majority of your students, what do you offer that child?
I'll give you my answer, Member Wright. We currently at Fresno Unified have launched a career technical education initiative that first and foremost is looking to what Mrs. Wilbur said, which is to look at every single course of study that we offer, every single one of those courses, and make sure that we're looking at the rigor, the hands-on application, and if possible, to see how we can work with the University of California to make it A to G approved as well, so that students don't have to make a decision as they are taking these courses. And so imagine a time where students are simply taking a course and they're not aware of whether it's a career technical ed course, an A to G course. They simply are engaged and wanting to do well in that course, and toward the end of their high school career are the ones that make a decision. The one guiding principle of this initiative, and I said it in my testimony, although it sounds vision-like, is indeed to ensure that students have the greatest number of opportunities from the widest array of options. So if they choose not to pursue a higher education, they will still be prepared to enter the workforce.
See, and I'll be probably real brief, certainly for me. See, I'm not as concerned as to whether or not the class is A through G. I find the UC elitist, and many of the people there I don't have much respect for because of the elitism and the way I find them just discarding people who they say they're not qualified to go. I'm worried that the CSU becomes a junior elitist institution. If somebody wishes to be a beautician or a plumber or a cosmetologist, there's no dishonor in that. And I take exception to say I'm going to prepare him to go to college if they don't want them. And they may decide later on they want to go, and that would be their choice. But when they walk out of Edison or one of the schools in Fresno, they should walk out prepared to do something. Either they're going to college or they're prepared to go to work. And I think as I read the education code, that too is your obligation. And I think that many of the school districts that I see assume that their obligation is only to send kids to college. And I'm worried now that even the people in community college are finding it that their obligation. I'm proud that my Long Beach City College is probably doing one of the better jobs in this state at preparing kids to go to work, and that they don't find that their only mission is that. And I'm also proud that my Long Beach State College is one of the few where the president of the school tells people, if you take this course of study, you can make this much money. Because at the end of the day, whether it's law school at Berkeley or the private post-secondary school that's teaching cosmetology, it's all vocational ed at the end of the day. The reason you take it is so you can make a living. And I don't want us to get in the position of denigrating somebody because of how they chose to make a living.
I would just add that I think that... sorry.
Ms. Liu?
Just briefly, sorry, Assemblymember Furutani, you probably already hit on it, but I know that Fresno has a relationship with Long Beach. So what you were discussing in terms of how you're following your students, is Long Beach also doing the same thing too? Okay.
That's correct.
Okay, that's fine.
All right. Thank you very much. I'll ask the next panel to come up. The next panel will deal with articulation, coordination, and efficiency. Judy Hyman, Howard Walensky, Mike Gottfredson, and Nancy Shulock. What? Where's she? If everyone would please identify themselves as they begin to speak, starting with Ms. Hyman.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I'm Judy Hyman from the Legislative Analyst's Office. And you have in your packets our recent report on coordinating higher education in California. The handout that's being distributed now reproduces the table of contents for your convenience, so that you can see the scope and conclusions of our report, and it also shows you where to find more in-depth information on some of the issues we'll discuss today. In the past few legislative sessions, you've grappled with several issues that really come down to coordination. You've tried to fix persistent problems in course articulation and transfer, reduce the need for remediation, set state goals for higher education, and establish an accountability framework, reform or eliminate CPEC, and alter the balance of functions established by the master plan. These show that you recognize the need for system-wide thinking and planning and problem solving, and they also suggest that you're not satisfied with how existing mechanisms are addressing these problems. On both counts, we agree with you. We believe coordination is critical to the master plan's vision of 3 segments that work together as a system, and we believe that existing mechanisms are not providing the level of coordination that the state needs. Let me begin the discussion of coordination with a brief definition. Coordination involves the structures and processes that guide public and private educational institutions toward collectively meeting state needs. So there are several pieces here. It's about state needs or state goals. It should encompass the entire post-secondary system and also includes various structures and processes that both directly and indirectly guide the institutions. It's not only a coordinating board. Other mechanisms can include budget processes for allocating resources, legislative action to establish new programs or address specific problems or issues, structural provisions in the Constitution or statute specifying governance and missions of institutions, and perhaps one of the most potentially powerful coordinating mechanisms is funding policies with their intrinsic incentives and disincentives. Why is coordination important? The title of our report is Greater Than the Sum of Its Parts. Indeed, the whole can be greater or less than the sum of its parts. If the activities of the segments are complementary, as the master plan envisioned, then their combined efforts can indeed add up to more than what they could achieve independently. In contrast, if there's significant overlap, duplication, or lack of alignment, then the combined efforts will be less valuable and more costly to the state. Another reason coordination is important is that the actions of one segment can affect the other segments. The effects of UC's eligibility pool change, for example, or San Diego State's admissions policy changes will be felt in all of the other segments. These decisions should not be made in isolation. The third reason coordination is necessary is that institutional interests can compete with public interests, and mechanisms are needed to steer institutions away from particular actions that diverge from the public interest. What about all of the good work that the segments do, independently and collectively, that are in the best interests of students and the state? The public institutions do have responsibility to the state, and their governing boards and leaders take this responsibility very seriously. They've done some very important things for the state involving coordination, such as the early assessment program at CSU, the systems at UC and CSU for approving courses to meet statewide A through G and general education requirements, other work in the area of course alignment and articulation led by the Intersegmental Committee of the Academic Senates, developing online college information and advising resources, and other projects of the Education Roundtable, as well as regional collaborations among institutions. But these examples don't mean that the segments always work together effectively as a system. A limitation of segmental efforts and voluntary collaborations is that they cannot be expected to take on issues where there's substantive disagreement among institutions or segments. Like most states, California has struggled with how to balance coordination and autonomy for higher education. Too much state control can tie the hands of institutional leaders and hamper their ability to respond to changing circumstances. But too little state influence can result in inefficiency and lack of alignment with state interests. We believe there's currently too little effective state influence in higher education. The coordinating mechanisms that were set up in the 1960 master plan, such as clear differentiation of functions and enrollment pools, worked well initially, but times have changed, the state faces different challenges, and these mechanisms no longer provide sufficient guidance. The state has not managed to adapt existing mechanisms or create new ones that result in effective coordination. We believe there are several reasons for this. First, California lacks statewide goals for higher education. The master plan established several principles based on broad goals, but no specific goals that could form the basis of a statewide plan or a public agenda for higher education. Having goals does not guarantee that we'll accomplish the outcomes we're looking for, but not having goals guarantees that we won't. Second, California's existing coordinating mechanisms are not fully up to the task. Mission differentiation has eroded, enrollment pools have become less well-defined, articulation and transfer remain problematic, funding mechanisms are not linked to state priorities, no state approval is required for new programs, there's little accountability for results, the coordinating board has limited authority, and we lack truly comprehensive higher education data. Third, California lacks effective statewide policy leadership. The segments have disproportionate influence in policy decisions. The Post-Secondary Education Committee has limited influence, and lack of continuity has hindered legislative leadership. To address these issues, we make three major recommendations. The first is that you work with the administration and others to set a clear public agenda for higher education with specific statewide goals that can serve as a framework for an accountability system designed to align higher education performance with the state's needs. We offer some sample goals in our report and on page 3 of your handout that build on master plan principles. But we also caution that developing a state public agenda requires a formal deliberative process by policymakers and should involve broad stakeholder participation. So we offer you a sample just as a starting point to get the discussion going. Second, we recommend that you strengthen coordination mechanisms, such as aligning funding formulas with state goals, simplifying articulation and transfer, improving oversight for major policy decisions, reforming the program approval process, and also suggest that you consider regional approaches to coordination, among others. And finally, we recommend that you rebuild California's capacity for state policy leadership. There are several critical coordinating functions that are needed to protect the state's investment in higher education, and at least some of these are best performed by an independent policy board. Whether that's a revised CPEC or a new entity, we recommend that the board remain independent from executive and legislative branches and perhaps have greater independence from the segments. We suggest that you consider revising the appointment process for the coordinating board and that you assign the coordinating board clear responsibility for shepherding the public agenda and match its responsibilities with its resources. We also recommend creating a more comprehensive student data resource with enhanced research and analysis capabilities that can inform policy decisions. We believe that these strategies together would enhance your ability to align the higher education system's performance with the state's education and workforce needs. And lest this seem intractable, we provide several examples in our report of effective coordination in other states, from which California can draw some important lessons and inspiration. These are examples of states that use strategic planning, goal setting, program review, and data to improve the responsiveness of their higher education systems to their state's needs. The fact that you've convened a joint committee and are looking at these questions offers reassurance that California can and will confront these issues.
Thank you, Ms. Hyman. Mr. Walensky?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Howard Walensky. I've served on CPEC for the last 10 years. Professionally, I have been a business executive in the motion picture industry for the past 37 years. I've submitted a much more comprehensive written statement touching on areas that are that you're dealing with in other hearings. Today, I will just focus on transfer and completion, which I look at as the substance of these hearings today. I'd like to commend the chairs and the committee for holding these hearings. It's been my observation that with all the issues confronting the legislature, that higher education frequently doesn't receive the attention and sometimes understanding it rightly deserves. And I think these hearings have done a lot to correct that problem. I think it is vital in reviewing the master plan that the legislature face the brutal truths in order to provide for the best planning for higher education in the future. In this vein, I offer this testimony. The master plan is revered in many circles, but it has its critics. Most center on the poor bachelor degree productivity, due in part to a large portion of the students being directed to community colleges without a successful transfer process and a poor completion rate, particularly at the CSUs. Decisions were made in 1960 that preclude options for today. The critical one that I just referred to is the decision to direct a greater proportion of students to community colleges than any other state in the Union. Unless the state chooses to convert community colleges into CSUs or grant community colleges bachelor degree power, I know that's popular by some of your members here, we will need to rely on substantial expansion of the transfer function of community college students to four-year institutions, both public and private. At the beginning of this decade, the prior master plan review heard testimony from Clark Kerr, who, as we know, was a former president of UC and earlier played a key role in the development of the original master plan. At that testimony, he referred to the transfer mechanism, quote, as a disgrace, unquote. To my mind, transfer from community college to four-year institutions is the major weakness of the master plan. There are about 75,000 transfers each year. A little over 50,000 go to the CSU, about 14,000 to UC, and about 11,000 to independent private institutions. In my judgment, the state should be transferring twice that number, 150,000. In the fall of 2008, 105,000 community college students applied to transfer to CSU. However, slightly less than 50,000, 49,774 enrolled that year. At UC, 21,255 applied, 12,377 enrolled. The difference of those two happens to be about 64,000. Yesterday at a CPEC meeting, CSU told us that applications for this coming year, transfer applications are up 100%. and UC told us they're up 20%. Without a dramatic increase in capacity, that 64,000 gap between applications and ultimate enrollment turned into like 170,000. A recent publication called Crossing the Finish Line, which members may want to read, by two former college presidents, discussed the complexities of college completion. It states that the number of transfer applicants rejected by the average four-year public university was 1,719 in California, 1,092 in Florida, and the average of 405 from the other 48 states. Clearly, the students are knocking at the door but not being let in. The recent release this Monday of the report of the Community College Task Force from the three public segments, and I know they'll be speaking at the following panel, is an excellent beginning in smoothing, if you will, the potholes on the road to transfer. But if the road becomes smooth, but ultimately leads to a dead end, it'll be California's loss, as well as the loss of disappointment to those affected students. Transfer can be a very complex topic with articulation agreements and various programs over the last 20 years. UC is run by a process of shared governance with the faculty, and UC's faculty is probably the greatest in the world. But I would argue at times they present an unnecessary roadblock in the transfer process, and in the greater public good should demand that this be corrected. For the last 2 decades, there have been many programs to improve transfer, an alphabet soup of transferees. But the results are not there. During the decade, the transfer to CSU has been pretty flat, pretty much 50,000 from the beginning of the decade to the end of the decade. UC had some progress in the middle of the decade, and now they've made some commitments this year and next year. And there have been many proposals to improve transfer. The concept of guaranteed transfer, priority admissions, common course numbering, automatic transfers with an AA degree. Many of these are in proposed legislation. These proposals may help, and in some cases simplify the process. But I would argue to dramatically improve these numbers, the state really needs to provide an incremental amount of $10,000 for every community college transfer over the current level at the particular institution. This, of course, will not be easy. Many campuses are considered at maximum capacity. This will require funds to hire additional faculty, and classes may be offered at less desirable times, Friday evenings, weekends, summer, etc. The physical capacity is there under these circumstances. UC, CSU needs additional resources to handle these additional students. And the independents, private institutions, can be a source of help in this problem. The other big problem, as I see it, is the rate of degree completion. It is primarily a problem in the CSU with the so-called non-traditional students. I use the word so-called because they're really in the majority. The student who not necessarily starts right out of high school and completes their degree in 4 to 5 years. Many are working full or part-time and are essentially part-time students. A CPAC study found that CSU students entering in 2000, after 6 years, 47% completed a bachelor degree. After 5 years, it was 36%. The UC figure was 80% after 6 years and 76% after 5. To my mind, the major roadblock is student finances. Too many students are forced to suspend their education due to financial difficulty. Substantially improved financial aid will lead to improved completion. The transfer problem and the completion problem are the fundamental reasons, in my judgment, for the underproductivity of bachelor degree completion in this state. California has 13% of the high school graduates of the nation, 13.5% of the undergraduate enrollment, 14% of the higher ed enrollment, and 12.5% of the population. But last year, we produced less than 10% of the bachelor degrees of this country. At the beginning of this decade, when I first was appointed to CPAC, that number was slightly under 10%, and it got to as high during this decade of 10.21. But last year, it dropped to 9.7%. That's 155,000 bachelor degrees out of the nation's 1.6 million. Today, to reach our fair share of the state needs, today, to reach our fair share of the country's proportion, the state needs to push the 155,000 degrees to over 200,000. And I think that's a very important goal for the state to look at. President Obama has been cited at prior hearings, has made degree completion a major national priority, perhaps his only man-on-the-moon type statement that he's made in the very beginning of his administration. California ranks 28th among the states in terms of overall bachelor degree attainment. I realize these hearings are being held with a vision beyond the current financial and economic crisis. But I'd like to just mention that the obvious. Money is very important. We are starving the segments of UC and CSU. I believe they're underfunded each by $1 billion, and some would argue more. Higher education should be a bipartisan issue. Both parties should be finding solutions to this crisis. In a $1.9 trillion economy, this state has the capacity to fund the amount of the capacity to find the $3.4 billion, the $3 to $4 billion that higher education needs today to be fully funded. I think it should be noted that last August, the federal government started a very generous financial aid program for returning GIs from the wars. The question needs to be asked, are we shutting the doors on these courageous veterans? In conclusion, in these times of financial crisis, California needs to circle its wagons on what's critical to protect: the quality of our flagship UC institutions, undergraduate education, particularly with a focus on completion and transfer, and financial aid on a need-based basis. And lastly, as the ledge analyst previously pointed out, California desperately needs a public agenda for higher education, and I hope the results of these hearings and the legislation that may come out of it may lead the way. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Walensky. Ms. Shulak? Oh, I'm sorry. I realized Mr. Gottfredson was prepared to go next. That's fine.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Michael Gottfredson. I'm the Executive Vice Chancellor and Provost at the Irvine campus of the University of California. And I'm pleased to be here today to talk about the coordination of the master plan and to especially answer any questions that you might have that I could address. I come at this particular topic with a bit of a background that I think is relevant. I have worked in 3 other public higher education systems in the United States in my career, in New York and Illinois and Arizona, before working for the last 10 years in the University of California. I started in the University of California. I'm a alum of the University of California, Davis. But have a perspective on the master plan, I think, that is in part wrought by my experiences in other states. And so I, first of all, would be remiss if I didn't offer my congratulations and thanks to this legislature and your colleagues over the history of the master plan in California, because the master plan, in its both its inception, the ideas that it embodies, and in its execution, in my opinion, is deservedly a proud accomplishment of the state of California, and it's in every branch of our government and its execution. It is true in the past, it is true today, in my opinion, that the master plan, which is a living and evolving document and needs to be worked on and improved, has created for California a enviable system of higher education, an enviable commitment to higher education, one that is not only still is looked upon throughout the United States but throughout the world as a blueprint for how the public's responsibility for higher education can best be accomplished. There are 4 elements that are essential, in my opinion, that are embodied in the master plan that I know, as you deliberate about it and have worked upon it, are concerned about: access, quality, mission differentiation, and coordination. The master plan in California, I'd say in conjunction with the land grant missions of the universities in the United States, embody a very noble and very important ideal, one that has been executed marvelously well by and large in California, and that's this: that any citizen of the state who has the talent and the motivation should be provided the opportunity, access to a high-quality higher educational experience. And as we struggle to meet that ideal, I would encourage this body to, from time to time, return to that ideal as the essential component of the master plan and our blueprint for higher education. Access and quality are twin pillars that the higher education system of California has been built upon. We struggle with that every day, every year, through good budgets and bad, but we don't struggle with the ideal. And I hope that's an essential part of your deliberations, that for California citizens, it's true that we aspire for both access and quality, that any citizen who is talented and has the motivation will receive an affordable public education, higher education in California. The master plan went further and argued for mission differentiation among the segments. And it's another aspect of the master plan that we continuously struggle with. But it's an idea embodied in the master plan that nearly every other state envies. That is, that each segment in the master plan has a dedicated and defined prioritized mission, and that it seeks to execute that mission in coordination with the other segments of higher education. And that has, to my mind, and I think the mind of others, over the 50 years of this plan, been a fruitful and efficient way to manage higher education in the state of California. But also underlying the master plan is the topic and the ideal that has been discussed here in these hearings and will be further, and that is the master plan expects and needs to have excellent coordination among the sectors of higher education, and that gets expressed today and in many venues as the transfer ideal between the segments, that it should be possible to begin in one sector and there should be great, efficient, clear, and precise articulation that students can then expect to move among the segments in the master plan. That's an essential component to it and one that we need to do better with and can do better with. The master plan is best viewed, I think, both as a document that expresses these fundamental ideals that have been critically important to shaping higher education in California and to the quality of life in California, but also one where the execution of those ideals should always be studied, should always be assessed, and constantly sought to be improved. And I understand that to be the function of these hearings, and we are enthusiastic and excited about those opportunities. University of California also believes, as these committees do and the legislature does, in accountability. We are committed to it. We believe in it. We believe that to measure things, they will get better. And as I know you all realize, President Yudof has issued for the university and now does annually an accountability report. Each campus also issues an accountability report, and we're eager to have that be a public, clear document that people can look to and advise us about both the goals and the measures we use to seek those goals. So we are delighted with your stress on accountability and the public nature of accountability in the University of California. We fundamentally believe in peer review and peer judgment in higher education in California, and that can only really be done by the statement of goals, by the assessment of quantitative indicators, and then the measure of those indicators against peers. I would be remiss, and I will only do it briefly because it's clear to everyone in the room that undoubtedly the biggest threat to the master plan and all the values that it embodies in California, the single biggest threat to that is the financial crisis that we are embedded in, and it has affected each of the areas of access, quality, mission differentiating, coordination, and we are committed to struggling with you to enhance our ability to meet those objectives, even given the serious financial situations that we all face. We are also very much in agreement with much of the LAO's comments about issues that need to be continuously focused upon in the execution of the master plan. Not those fundamental ideas, we hope. We would encourage everyone to be committed to those and would be delighted to talk about those if you'd like. But those areas that we always do need to work on, the proportions in each sector, the basis for deciding how those are set, how viable our transfer pathways are, how clear, how open, how reasonable they are. Very, very important question objective for us. And then how best to meet the state needs in the development of new programs is an area that we think is important, but we differ with respect to the recommendation that the LAO would provide. Just very quickly then, a few observations on those principles, focusing on the latter two, the transfer pathways, and on the creation of the state needs and how those state needs are best addressed via the master plan. On transfer, we've done a lot of good work in higher education in California in recent years. We haven't solved the problem by any stretch of the imagination, but I would point to the several major developments that have been made that have advantaged the ability, the clarity, the precision, and the openness of the transfer process. The IGETC system is a major advantage. The work on lower division transfer has, in my opinion, been well done and has advanced our transfer pathways. The ASSIST program is a good program. It is, however, if you got online to take a look at it, you would see it, by today's standards, it's a bit dated. It doesn't have a good modern interface and could stand a major upgrade. But it is a good model that allows students at any community college to model the program of study at a California State University or University of California campus and see what the requirements are and how they articulate. So at least that is clearly done, although it could be done better. There are several areas that we have worked on at Irvine that I think are useful examples of areas where we could, each of our systems could model improvement. We now have transfer guarantees for admission that are online at Irvine. We have an honor guarantee for admissions that's online at Irvine, and given the capacities of many of our students coming to the university, that's a very important set of technical capabilities for us to have. We would endorse the idea and the concept that we need to do a much, much better job than we currently do in each segment in advising students. The advising process is absolutely critical. Unfortunately, today, our advising capacities are stretched beyond their abilities to do a reasonable job. One program that we have implemented at Irvine is a pilot program that we would recommend to you and to others. Is to have the University of California segment work directly with community colleges in advising. At Irvine, we started a pilot program where we place University of California advisors on the campuses, on the community colleges' campuses, and do the advising by UC staff ourselves. And we think, given the burdens that the advisors have on community college campuses, the multiplicity of tasks that they have, we can lend a hand and do a great job in providing very specific expertise about university advising. And those pilot projects we think are very, very promising. But it is a key deficiency right now in our transfer opportunities throughout the segments. We also think that as we've now done a lot of work at the lower division, there's important work to be done now on majors in the upper division and transfer. And we're not there by a long shot. We think, in the University of California, work with the community college more strongly in getting agreements on major requirements and making it clearer, systematically clear to the students what the requirements for majors are and how they could accomplish those in the community colleges. Just very quickly then, on the other major issue the LA report has provided to you, and that has to do with responsiveness to state needs. The university has a somewhat different perspective on how the creation of new programs have been responsive to state needs. And I just point out that our general view is that if we look at the scope of the master plan and the years in which it has been executed and the literally hundreds of programs that have been created in the California State University system, University of California system, how well that has worked in large measure with nearly unanimous concurrence throughout the system in that voluntary process among the sectors, that we would be reluctant to create a new agency or a new oversight group or a new centralized management for that process. I would just highlight, as one quick example for you, on the Irvine campus over the last 2 years, we've created 4 new bachelor's degrees in responsiveness to state needs. We believe, always assessing and looking at what our students' interests and needs are. We are, after all, market-driven. We do pay attention to our students, and so we've created 4 baccalaureate degrees in the last 2 years in nursing science, pharmaceutical science, biomedical engineering, and in business management. These 4 majors are now the most applied 4 majors at the University of California Irvine campus. And I think arguably we are seeking to be as responsive as we can given our resource limitations to those student needs. So thank you for your attention. I look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you, Ms. Schulach. You, along with the LAO, which created the document greater than the sum of its parts, which we heard about earlier, you've put out a paper called Crafting a Student-Centered Transfer Process in California and Lessons from Other States. I'm glad you're here personally to go into this. Thank you for your patience. And I know we are behind schedule, but if you have the time, I would ask you not to abridge the comments you intended to make, because you offer some new thoughts and different ideas, and I think the committee needs to hear these. So please deliver the remarks you intended to make.
Well, they are short, so I will do that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members, for inviting me. You have, I believe, a copy of our transfer report and also a copy of my testimony, and I'm going to just talk to you about the short version of that. I was asked to talk about transfer,
yes,
but I want to do so in the context of your overall topic for the hearing, which is coordination, because I think transfer is a really good example of the benefits of having strong coordination and the risks and weaknesses of not having strong coordination. So I'm going to talk about transfer kind of as a case study of coordination. Coordination, as you've heard, is kind of a nagging weakness of the California higher education situation. We do have, indeed, world-class institutions, but I would not say we have a world-class system if you view a system, as Judy mentioned, as a group of institutions that work collectively and efficiently towards a common set of goals. As you've heard, we have no goals, and as you've also heard, we have serious performance problems that warrant goal setting. There are many indicators of our lagging performance. I'm just going to give you one that I don't think you've heard today of the most telling, and that is that we as a state are falling behind other states in educating our younger generations. So whereas we rank third in the percentage of individuals who have a college degree in the age group 65 and older, we drop successively lower with each younger cohort to the point where in those ages 25 to 34, what you have, I said we ranked 29th, but actually I realized I didn't update that. We now rank 31st. So we are dropping. We're not doing a good job of educating our younger populations. And more than ever, I think that it's effective coordination that characterizes the states that are making the significant reforms to increase student success and economic competitiveness. It's a big concern of mine and others who are researchers and observers of higher education policy that the major foundations that are investing so heavily in higher education and the federal government are reluctant to invest in California, and I think a big reason is they don't see the coordination that they feel would be needed for returns on their investments. So let me turn to what I see. I'd like to put forth two principles of effective coordination that both reflect shifts from our traditional approach to higher education policymaking in California. The first is that structure serves students better than expansive choices, at least in today's climate of the need to increase college completion. The second is that statewide approaches are better than widespread local variability, again, in the context of our dire needs to increase college completion. Our policies have traditionally favored choice and local option over structure and statewide consistency. I'm not saying that it's all or nothing, only that, as Judy said earlier, the balance needs to shift. And that the states that are seen as progressive and are making the reforms are those that are shifting the balance toward more structure and more statewide solutions. Earlier this week, I found it interesting. The director of the Gates Foundation's higher education program called specifically for more structure and less choice to produce what she termed revolutionary change in college completion. So turning to transfer, as you've heard many times today and in your earlier hearings, I'm sure, the master plan designed the transfer function to be very, very important. More so, we rely on the transfer function more so than most other states. But there is a lot of evidence of problems with our transfer system. I'm going to give you a few of those. Most who seek to transfer never do so. Now, there's no right way to measure the transfer rate. Depending on how it's measured, people will say, or findings have been anywhere from 20 to 40% transfer rate. And I know right now you're hearing a lot about the capacity issues, that students who are ready to transfer don't have a place to go. That's a serious problem, and I'm glad you're hearing about it, and I'm hopeful that something can be done about it. But I don't want that to mask the bumpy road issues of transfer, that many students who want to transfer don't even get to the point where they are knocking on the door. And those who do transfer tend to take far more courses than they want or they need. And that's a huge waste of students' money, of students' time, and of taxpayers' money. And it also reduces the capacity to the extent that you have students taking more classes than they need. Those are slots in classes that could be used for other students. Another issue is that most of our transfers don't earn an associate degree when they transfer. We have not aligned the requirements for our associate degree with the requirements for transfer. So only about 20% of our students who transfer have earned an associate degree. And then, of course, not all transfer students finish their baccalaureate. So then you have students who, despite all of their time and effort and years of study, end up with no college degree. Another thing that's happening now that we need to learn a lot more about is that an increasing number of our transfers are going to proprietary institutions well before completing what we normally think of as a transfer curriculum. So when we count transfers, I think we're forgetting that a huge portion of those are transferring with 20, 30 units, not to 60, and they're going to proprietary institutions, and we know very little about their outcomes, and I think we know a little bit more about the debt that they incur by so doing. And then finally, there's a whole unique set of barriers that I think we need to learn more about to transfer for students who are pursuing technical fields. And that's especially troubling as more and more of those fields are now requiring baccalaureate credentialing. The problems that I just enumerated, I think, derive mainly from the structure of our transfer system. It's not student-centered, hence the name of our report, Crafting a Student-Centered Transfer Process. We don't have a statewide approach, but our transfer policies are built around institution-to-institution agreements. And we have a lot of institutions, so you multiply those and you have a lot of different local arrangements. And those can work well if you know where you want to go and you get into your first choice, and you can follow that pattern and it works well. But it doesn't work well for students who are not in that situation. We don't have a common general education program statewide, so there's no assurance that when a student completes a general education program that will end up satisfying the general education requirements in the institution, the university they end up enrolling in. And we don't have any consistency statewide in our lower division major requirements. So you can, to oversimplify, you think of a transfer curriculum as a general education and then the prerequisites to get into the major of your choice. And so I'm just going to call your attention quickly to page 4 of the handout if you have it. There's just a chart. It's also in our report. And we just picked, for illustrative purposes, one major. We picked psychology. And we limited it to the northern part of the state, which is kind of understating the problem, just to show that each of those 6 universities, 3 CSUs and 3 UCs, have different requirements for a lower division student in the community college who is trying to prepare himself or herself for transferring into that major. So this situation across all of the different majors, it almost guarantees that students will take what we call excess units to try to prepare themselves for where they ultimately will attend. The report that you have, the full report, looked at a number of states that are making progress on having some statewide consistencies and pathways on both the general education piece and the major pathways piece. I'm just going to talk now about Florida because it's perhaps the best example. I'm going to give you a few points of attributes of their transfer policies. They have, first of all, a statewide common course numbering system that covers community colleges, universities, some private institutions, and includes their career technical education courses. The universities accept general education as a block. So no matter where the student takes their general education, it comes in as a block with no extra courses that they would be required to take. They have designed their Associate of Arts degree expressly as a transfer degree, so they don't have the misalignment problem that we have. So if you earn an associate degree, it guarantees your admission to any public university as a junior, all units accepted. And perhaps most impressive, they have a common set of major prerequisites to be taken in the community college for each baccalaureate major. So this chart I showed you, it would just have one common set for psychology, one common set across every major. And universities must recognize that set of prerequisite courses as fulfilling the admission requirements. And then there is an allowance for a university to impose additional requirements, prerequisites, but only after admission to the university and to the major. And finally, Florida has a statewide structure for career-oriented certificates and associate degrees, and the general education component of the Associate of Science degree, as it's called, is fully transferable to the university. So the main relevance of this policy circumstance in Florida is that it's made possible by strong coordination. It reflects conscious decision to favor structure and consistency over local variation. And while certainly there are trade-offs, the consensus of national education leaders is that the Florida approach is student-centered and is efficient. And just one piece of data to validate that, 70% of the Associate of Arts, which is their transfer degree, 70% of the degree earners do transfer. So in conclusion, turning to our situation, we try, there's legislation every year, there's incremental things adopted, but we just don't seem to get much traction on resolving this transfer problem. And I maintain that we need a paradigm shift. What we have done is we've tried to strengthen local arrangements and then try to get students and counselors to understand the set of complex local arrangements. Yes, we need more counselors. Yes, we need students to avail themselves of more counselors. But I'm suggesting that instead of working so hard to get students and counselors to understand this vast array of complex local arrangements, what we should do is simplify the structure, make it more consistent in the interests of students, of taxpayers, and of employers. So what would this look like for California? It would have a focus on transfer pathways, collective pathways, rather than just transferable courses. It would have a common statewide general education pattern. It would have a common set of prerequisites across all public universities. And it would have associate degrees for transfer that would create clear pathways for students to follow to ensure that transfer students do earn a college degree. Now, I don't want to leave the impression that this is easy. It certainly involves multiple interests and multiple trade-offs. But I am suggesting that in today's dire circumstances, it really does call for a shift in that balance between choice and local variation on the one hand, and structure and statewide solutions on the other. It's a shift that requires effective coordination, and it requires the leadership to channel institutional and local interests towards a common goal for the students and for the citizens of California. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me ask you a question. I don't know if you're prepared to answer this, but obviously part of the problem that we've been facing over the last few years, and increasingly so, is the financing issue. Can you isolate out to some degree the effect of the financing issue from the effect of the fragmentation of our system, or the lack of statewide goals, or lack of statewide transfer mechanisms or pathways?
No, I can't isolate it out. What I can say is that for several years before we had the severe capacity issue and stemming from the financing issue, We did look into the claim that, well, even if we did produce more transfer-ready students in the community college system, there was no place for them to go. It was kind of a reason of, maybe we were misguided in saying we needed to smooth the bumpy road. We looked into that about 4 years ago and found that maybe that was just starting to happen, that there were some capacity constraints that were keeping transfer-prepared, transfer-ready students from transferring. And so certainly that has now turned into a much bigger problem. But I would say that the structural problem, the bumpy road problem, is huge as well.
Now, this is what your analysis and your suggestions and recommendations are would represent a significant shift from what we're doing now. And this is the kind of shift that has taken place in other states that you've noted. You've mentioned Florida, but there are other states as well.
There are a lot of states. We have 8 of them in this report, but I'm sure there are well more than 8. And I know that we heard Mr. Walensky say that the single biggest threat is our fiscal situation, and I certainly wouldn't dispute that. But I might add that we have 2 equal threats. One is the financial situation, and the other, as Judy mentioned, is the absence of strong and effective leadership and coordinated leadership over higher education. I think even if we had the money, we still would be the worse for not having the strong leadership over higher education policy.
And in my discussions with people in regard to these issues, there seems to be countervailing values that are sometimes brought to bear. The one of academic freedom, and the other of more results-oriented in terms of degrees. Do you? How do you look at that? That contradiction or that opposition?
On the academic freedom issue, I would say that certainly we don't want every psychology program, to use this example, to be the same. I mean, there are clear reasons why a psychology degree from one university should look different and have a different emphasis, and the same in biology and chemistry and every other field. But we're suggesting that that differentiation can occur at the upper division level when students have their junior and senior years. And if you do look at this table, they're not that different. It would seem like we could come to some consensus over the 3 or 4 courses that a student should take to prepare to enter a major. And so I think that we can seek ways to balance the legitimate need for academic freedom and academic program differentiation with a student-centered pathway to get to that point.
In the states that have made these significant changes, has the data shown quantified the improvements?
It's starting to. It hasn't been around for that long, but we do cite in this report a couple of findings from, I think, 2 or 3 states where it does show that they're finding that students who follow these structured pathways are more likely to transfer and complete than students who don't.
Learning? Yes. Ms. Carter.
Yes. Earlier, Mr. Walensky, you mentioned that you felt that we were underfunded by over $1 billion. Was that a year?
I think I was referring to both CSU and UC individually. So,
would that $1 billion include the correctives that Ms. Schulach mentioned? Coordination, things that the universities could do, say without a lot of funding, they could do with a will to do it. Just changing some regulations and rules. In other words, if they could do it by saving money, would that amount be included in your billion-dollar cost? Because it just seems to me that we have the answers, but we wait until we can get $1 billion to make those changes, when in some cases we can make them without a lot of funding.
I think the main problem is the capacity at CSU and UC. And we've seen during the entire decade that the amount of transfer students is pretty flat, about 50,000 over the entire decade at CSU, and started at 10,000, and I think it's now maybe approaching 15,000 at UC over the entire decade. They need the funds to make, I mean, the issues of the bumpy road or the potholes in the road, they can make small differences and they may improve, but there's still a lot of students not getting through, the CSU received in 2008, 105 applications, but a little under 50,000 enrolled, and the applications now are growing. So,
but that's now, and you mentioned earlier that students take too many classes in community colleges. So when they transfer, that's pretty much a waste of classes, money, and seats. And could that money have been saved? And if they had received the appropriate counseling to go right into their course at the higher level?
Well, that would be an improvement. That would certainly be an improvement. But in terms of the order of magnitude, I mean, in order to California to have its proportionate share of bachelor degrees, you need a large, I mean, we're talking between 75,000 transfers and probably need to double that.
Yeah, but
we produce
at some point, can't we just do a little bit at a time? We can't sit around and wait till we get $1 billion. Every a little bit helps. I mean, if we could just implement some of these small things now while we're waiting to get $1 billion, I think that would help.
It would certainly help. I'm just trying to, I mean, master plan is the long-range look at the future, and I'm really talking about an order of magnitude. Okay.
I see. I just don't see us implementing small things along the way while we're waiting to get $1 billion. And I guess that's
we should definitely do the small things that are possible, but you're only going to do a master plan every 10 years, every 15 years, and I think it requires.
I don't dispute that we need to keep the $1 billion amount up there in our minds. I'm not disputing that. I'm just saying that in the meantime, we need to try to do what we can while we can.
Mr. Ball.
Yeah.
Yes.
I just want to make a distinction. That's an excellent set of questions. And there's small and big things dollar-wise, and there's small and big things significant-wise.
Right.
And I think the kinds of organizational governance, coordination issues that Judy talked about and I'm talking about, they don't have big price tags.
Yeah.
They're not, I mean, it was clearly the disinvestment that's occurred in public higher education is severe and serious and extremely unfortunate and should be reversed as soon as possible. But these are big things in terms of the impact that they would have on our ability to set things right and move ahead, but they don't carry a big price tag.
Mr. Block?
Thank you, Chairman. First of all, I apologize. My colleague and I got called out to another committee where we had to go vote, and so we're back. I really regret that because I really wanted to hear from you all completely. I share Mr. Walensky's concern about capacity being the overriding issue, and funding, as was mentioned in the previous panel too, of course, being an overriding constraint. At this point, although folks on this panel have argued vociferously for higher education funding, we know that there's a limited number, very finite number of dollars in California. So putting funding aside for the moment, I have a bill, AB 2682, that deals with a uniform assessment test for community colleges. Right now, students within a community college district sometimes can't move from one school in a district to another school in a district because they have different standards for what's required as prerequisites for different courses. To me, that's outrageous. So we're not just talking about students moving from one segment to another, but students not just within a segment, but within a district unable to move from one college to another. So what this bill does, and there has been some faculty resistance to it, I understand, it provides a pool of assessment tools that the Chancellor's office will keep so that districts that choose to use this uniform tool will be able to access it and hopefully make it more likely that faculty up and down the state will adopt a uniform assessment tool. But it's been so hard to just get some agreement on an assessment tool that is available that imposing standards would be extraordinarily difficult. Not that we can't keep trying or shouldn't try. It needs more than just faculty buy-in. It needs faculty participation in the whole process. And that'll be a tough undertaking, but one that I look forward to being part of. AB 2400 is another one of my bills, and Mr. Walensky referred to this as well. It's the idea of allowing a very small number of community colleges in a pilot project to offer bachelor's degrees. In addition to articulation issues, part of the reason students don't, and capacity issues, part of the reason students don't transfer is because they don't have a program close enough to them. As Mr. Walensky said, more and more of our students are what we have called non-traditional, but becoming traditional. Those are students who are older with their own families, who, if they're in the desert, if they're in the valley, and they don't have a college near enough by to a CSU, a four-year institution, or UC, near enough by to commute, they then have they're faced with having to move their families. And in the Imperial Valley, Mr. Perez has that issue. There's a fine community college there, but students when they complete community college have to uproot their families to go on to a four-year. So this bill would ask that in a few remote locations or locations where the CSU has shut its doors on local students, San Diego being one of those locations where San Diego State has taken steps to no longer allow all CSU-eligible students to attend, in those locations we would empower the community colleges to offer bachelor's degrees in high-need areas like nursing, like biotechnology, whatever the area might be. Just to let you know, those are some things that are on the agenda. And I would very much look forward to the help of you four panelists in working through these ideas. They may not be great ideas, but your expertise would be very helpful. So just want to let you know what's going on with me.
Thank you, folks. Appreciate it. With the next final panel, please come forward. This panel will deal with articulation, coordination, and efficiency. How do we get there? What's at stake? Next steps. We have Rita Cepeda, president of Mesa Community College. How many? Oh. Linda Michalowski and Allison Jones, Community College Transfer Task Force, and Jane Patton, John Targent, and Henry Pohl, the Intersegmental Academic Senate chairs. We'll start first with Ms. Cepeda, president of Mesa Community College. Thank you for your patience. I know we've gone longer, but these are very complex issues, very important, and arouse conversation. Thanks for your patience and remaining here to inform us.
Yes, good afternoon. you're in for a little bit of plain speaking, even if my voice doesn't help me. I'm Rita Cepeda, president of San Diego Mesa College, and I'm honored at the opportunity to present, along with my colleagues, on the topics of eligibility, admission, articulation, and coordination. My comments will focus on one aspect of intersegmental coordination, most critical to the majority of students enrolled in public post-secondary institutions in the state of California, namely transfer. The perspectives I will share are shaped by a 30-year history in California community colleges, the first 18 years of which I spent in the California Community College State Chancellor's Office, and the last 12 years as a college president. In addition, I have been fortunate to have served as chair of the Intersegmental Coordinating Committee and subsequently as chair of the ICC's Transfer Subcommittee. I offer this background to set my context for remarks as a direct participant observer in the development of transfer processes and policies in the state. What follows is not a scholarly piece of research. It is, however, the considered perspective of an individual who has participated actively in the development and implementation of transfer policies and programs for nearly 3 decades, and someone who has reached the conclusion that the time for tinkering around the edges is over. A little transfer history. Since the passage of the master plan 50 years ago, numerous legislative committees have struggled with the topic of intersegmental coordination and the ways and means to create a seamless pipeline from K through graduate school. And while there have been countless well-meaning, committed, and dedicated individuals that have worked arduously on the problem, success continues to evade our grasp as we tinker around the edges, adding, deleting, amending, revising, re-engineering, restructuring, and at times reneging on the painfully drafted agreements. In 1985, the Master Plan for Higher Education firmly established transfer as a priority for California colleges and universities. And then, between 1986 and 87, the Commission for the Review of the Master Plan released 2 reports with over 100 recommendations focused on community colleges and transfer to 4-year institutions. A quarter of a century later, the literature on the topic of transfer and intersegmental coordination in California is quite abundant and would fill a small library. It is not that we don't know what needs to be done to improve the transfer function. The problem lies in finding the political will to implement a common framework that is uniformly accepted. Some of the most pertinent reports on the topic of transfer have been produced by the California Community Colleges Chancellor's Office, primarily in response to legislative mandates such as those established with the passage of SB 121 HART that was signed into law in 1991. The HART bill made it clear that a strong transfer function was the shared responsibility of the California community colleges, the California State University, and the University of California. It was clear even then that transfer was critically an interdependent function. However, the majority of policymakers continue to view it as a primary responsibility of community colleges. In response to SB 121, the California community colleges, California State University, and the University of California signed a statement of common principles for strengthening the transfer process. And in 1995, an MOU was signed that was titled Enhancing Student Transfer, and that was signed by the then Chancellor of the Community Colleges, Tom Nussbaum, and Richard Atkinson, President of the University of California. That MOU, by the way, addressed the need for cooperation in order to improve articulation procedures, created an official statewide repository for articulation, called for the reinvigoration of transfer center partnerships, the need to increase data collection and exchange, and the creation of more part-time student options at the University of California. In 2005, another set of MOUs was signed between the California Community Colleges and National University. The Chancellor's Office has also issued several grants over the years designed to develop model practices, advance various aspects of the transfer process, among them a transfer awareness campaign aimed at middle schools. to ensure awareness about transfer, the creation of transfer counselor web pages, and research to identify promising practices throughout community colleges in California. And most recently, and you just heard from Dr. Shulak, under her leadership, there's been a series of reports replete with data, assumptions, findings, and recommendations. The most pertinent, as you just spoke about, include community college transfer rates, policy implications, and a future agenda. That was done in 2003. Capacity constraints in California Public University, a factor impeding transfer. Crafting a student-centered transfer policy in California, lessons from other states, just addressed. And the impact of state policies and implications for California, that was published in 2004. Now, the Intersegmental Coordinating Committee, the staff armed to the California Education Roundtable, has also facilitated forums for intersegmental discussions on transfer, conducted regional studies and procedures, and produced a number of reports and recommendations for the Roundtable and for the leaders of each of the segments of public post-secondary education. In fact, the ICC produced a foundational report in 2004 called Facilitating Transfer, a Master Plan Mandate. And there were three areas that in which they grouped their recommendation. Viability of the transfer function. Is it working? Student access to higher education, to the transfer education. Are all students wishing to transfer able to do so? And 3, increase capacity in higher education through better use of the transfer function. Is there room in California's colleges and universities for all transfer students? The recommendations in this report were once again reviewed and revised in July 2009 and informed by a series of regional visits around the state. The topics identified then continue to be the same topics identified today. Unfortunately, despite the passage of 6 years, the answer, from my perspective, to each of the questions raised above is no. Is the transfer function working? No. Do students have access to all of transfer, all of those who wish to do so? No. Is there increased capacity in higher education through better use of the transfer function? The answer is no. It is clear then that there is no dearth of recommendations, guidelines, and frameworks for the development of proposed legislation, policies, and procedures. What is still lacking is a definitive requirement imposed statewide to guarantee transfer. We have goodwill, infinite intellectual vitality, scholarly research, model programs, websites, databases, strategies, MOUs, agreements, and principles, and despite all of that, we still have a serious disjuncture in the transfer process. As state resources for public post-secondary education decrease and enrollment management tightens around firmly established goals, not to increase, by the way, but to decrease enrollment, more and more students find themselves in what I call transfer limbo. There are many paths to transfer limbo, and many start with well-meaning and initially well-thought-out agreements. I have worked arduously with intersegmental colleagues, and I have high respect for each of them, side by side, thinking that we have found the way to create an efficient transfer path. Problems arise as these agreements are refined, revised, or suspended, depending on the ebb and flow of the state budget. In April 2009, the Intersegmental Committee of Academic Senates, ICAS, produced a very thoughtful report facilitating community college transfer and master plan mandate. It described a transfer as, quote, a complex process to bring into coherence, one that defines simple or low-cost solutions. The report went on to identify some of the factors that make transfer complex. The California community colleges serve a diverse student body of over 2.5 million students. 2/3 of all CSU students and 1/3 of all UC students began their careers in community colleges. Each of those students' preparations and ambitions has to be coordinated and aligned to transfer opportunities via now 112 different community colleges. The system of transfer opportunities is vast and differentiated. 23 UCSU campuses, and 9 distinct UC undergraduate campuses with multiple and specialized majors across each of these campuses. In response to these layers of complexity, we have thought of a great number of paths, none with a real guarantee, however, and you've heard many of them mentioned earlier. TAG agreements, UC of California Transfer Course Articulation Agreements, IGETC, or the Intersegmental General Education Transfer Curriculum, lower division transfer patterns, and now there's a new one called deferred TAG. Despite well-meaning efforts, and please understand, I highly respect my colleagues and understand how hard we've worked at all of these. Despite all these efforts, as of March 10th, 2010, students still find themselves trapped in this transfer limbo. We must stop tinkering around the edges. We must accept that revisions and amendments, however well-meaning, have only created layer upon layer of confusion. Counseling faculty and transfer advisors no longer trust their course articulation databases, transfer agreement patterns, or major preparation requirements. The state of California is painfully aware of the fact that given the current state of affairs, we will not produce the number of baccalaureate-holding individuals to sustain the workforce needs of the state. It's estimated, as you know, that by 2025, there will be 1 million fewer college graduates than are needed for the workforce. It is also clear that the pathway to the baccalaureate for the majority of Californians is through the community colleges. Finally, we're also clear that the transfer pathway, despite all of the commitments, efforts, and discussions by well-meaning, intersegmental, and committed partners, is clearly more akin to an obstacle course and one that changes periodically depending on the budgetary circumstances of the state of California. It is not, however, all about budget. It has been said about our state that our strength is the autonomy and independence enjoyed by our public post-secondary institutions. This strength is also our weakness, clearly evidenced by our inability to establish a coordinated, stable pathway for our students to facilitate the achievement of their educational goals in a timely, cost-effective, and efficient manner. We know what should be done, and we know it has been done in other states. As you learned, in Florida, for example, enabling legislation established the associate degree as a transfer degree in 1971. Other states include Arizona, New Jersey, Oregon, and Washington. These states have found a way to address and accommodate the governance, curricular, and procedural aspects of transfer, thereby establishing a real guarantee for their students. The time for working around the edges of a complex problem is over. In fact, it is past due. The time for discussion about course-to-course articulation, debates over excess units, and deferred agreements is over. We must have the courage to accept fundamental, structural, procedural, and fiscal policy changes in 3 basic areas: capacity, establishment of a transfer associate universally accepted in complete fulfillment of lower division transfer requirements, and elimination of funding policies that constrain transfer in all segments of public post-secondary education. We've worked hard to cooperate intersegmentally, and now we must accept the fact that statewide legislative mandates are necessary if we are to establish a credible framework for the future. Our students cannot wait any longer, and the state cannot afford and cannot survive the current state of intersegmental disconnect. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, Linda Michalowski and Allison Jones. And would you, you're here for the Community College Transfer Task Force. Would you place that. You probably intended to, but please give us some context.
I certainly will. I am Linda Michalowski. I'm the Vice Chancellor for Student Services with the California Community Colleges Chancellor's Office. With me is Allison Jones, who is the Assistant Vice Chancellor for Student Academic Support with the California State University Chancellor's Office. So we are here to tell you about the work of the recent Community College Transfer Task Force. I want to acknowledge Sue Wilbur, who spoke on an earlier panel for the University of California, but she was a member of the task force and perhaps the glue that allowed the task force to accomplish what it did. The ability of the California community colleges to serve as a gateway to economic and social opportunity for a diverse population, including first-generation and low-income students, is a fundamental and critical component of the state's well-being. I think we all acknowledge that. But the recent dramatic cuts to higher education budgets at a time of unprecedented enrollment demand threaten to sharply reduce college access for many Californians. As more students look to the community colleges as their answer to fee increases and enrollment limits at the four-year institutions, our collective failure to provide a clear and efficient transfer pathway is tantamount to closing the higher education door for more students. Given these challenges, and the need for all of us to find ways to be more efficient in the delivery of higher education in the state, we are pleased to be able to report to you significant progress in coming together to identify some immediate short-term strategies for making transfer more efficient in the state, and to lay the groundwork for a collaborative effort to look at further changes that would involve systemic change to address some of the bigger picture issues that you have already heard about today. The Community College Transfer Task Force was established in February of 2009 by University of California President Mark Yudof, California State University Chancellor Charles Reed, and California Community Colleges Chancellor Jack Scott, in an unprecedented partnership that I think reflects the strong commitment to student transfer that all three of those leaders have demonstrated over their long careers. The system leaders charged the group with examining strategic opportunities to increase the number of students who are prepared to transfer to the CSU and UC, and the number who successfully navigate that path to the baccalaureate degree. The task force was a true collaboration, intersegmentally co-chaired, consisting of faculty as well as administrators, including senior administrators from the system offices and campus administrators as well. Given the magnitude of the budget meltdown that was unfolding at exactly the time the task force was convening, we made a conscious decision to focus on low-cost, short-term strategies that could improve the systems that currently exist. So let me tell you about some of the task force recommendations, and then I'll turn this over to my colleague Allison Jones, who will talk through the remaining recommendations and give you some sense of discussions that are now being begun towards the future. The first recommendation from the task force is to engage in shared messaging on transfer as a viable pathway to the baccalaureate degree. Stemming from the task force, we've formed a joint work group that has been charged with developing a coherent set of strong informational messages regarding post-secondary education options, including transfer preparation, that all of us can incorporate into our existing outreach efforts. The universities do significant outreach in the high schools, but often they focus overwhelmingly on students entering the universities directly from high school. There's an opportunity for all of us to talk to high school students about transfer being a viable option to the baccalaureate degree, and that would help to save the state funds in providing additional baccalaureates. The second recommendation focuses on support for a critical system that enables students to navigate the acknowledged complex situation that exists today, and that is support for ASSIST, which is the articulation system stimulating interinstitutional student transfer. Many of you have heard of ASSIST. It was established in the 1980s and revised in the mid-90s. It is a database, and whenever we talk about a database that was created in the 80s and revised in the 90s, you know that was barely one step beyond punch cards. And so it's a system that is seriously in need of updating in terms of its technology, and also, I think, a clearer definition of its function as a central repository of all of the articulation agreements that exist in the state. Within our 3 segments, there are many different efforts to help students plan for transfer, and that requires their ability to access information about course comparability from one institution to another. So we envision and assist the next generation that will be a repository that these various systems can reach into to get that critical information about how courses transfer from one institution to another and one segment to another. The 3 segments are committed to making these changes to ASSIST. The community colleges have been providing resources right now to do this re-engineering of ASSIST, and there is commitment from the other segments to help support this project. And the next recommendation has to do with another component of the ability to articulate courses among colleges and universities, and for students to be able to identify those course relationships. And that is the course identification system, which is a step towards common course numbering in California. In response to SB 1415, which was authored by then Senator Brulte in 2003-04, each of our segments were directed to develop a common course numbering system for the 20 most common majors. And at that time, the CSU was beginning to work on its lower division transfer patterns project, which involved identifying commonalities among their courses. And so the community colleges initiated a separate effort to establish what we call a supra number to assign to different courses that are in fact comparable. Under the CID system, a course identified as English 1A at one institution, English 100 at another institution, or English composition at a third institution could all readily be identified as a comparable course because each would carry the designation of CID English 1. So a student or a counselor could easily see that those courses are essentially interchangeable as far as progressing towards their completion of their educational program. The faculty have devised a descriptor for a given course, and then any colleges that submit course outlines that match that descriptor can be given this common number. And so this is well underway. The UC and CSU faculty have been collaborating with the Community Colleges Academic Senate in building this system. And recently, the CSU faculty are increasing their commitment to working through CID. And that leads to the topic that Allison is going to next address.
Yes, good afternoon. I'm Allison Jones. As Linda said, I'm the Assistant Vice Chancellor for Academic Affairs in the Office of the Chancellor, responsible not only for transfer, but most of every other item that you've discussed today at this hearing: enrollment management, admission, transfer, the early assessment program, remediation, and all other student academic support programs, including K through 12 academic preparation and a few other things. So if you have other questions about some of the other content areas, I'm certainly willing to try to share. prefacing my remarks, I just want to remind the committee members and the audience that are here today that CSU has had a long-standing commitment to transfer. And when we look just statistically, and it's still true today, about 75% of all of the community college students who transfer annually transfer to a CSU campus. We are the primary point of access point. And as was mentioned earlier, I think by Rita Cepeda, 2 of the 3 students who graduate from the California State University actually began their career at the community colleges. We have also maintained strict adherence to Education Code 66202, which is the priority of admission for students, which starts first with upper division community college transfer students who have completed an approved transfer plan. The second category is transfers. The third category is transfers. The fifth category is first-time freshmen. So I think we're probably the only system in the country that will reduce the number of slots for fully eligible upper division transfer students, while it's still adhering to the state mandate and another section of the Education Code that we maintain an upper to lower division of 60% upper division to 40% lower division. And we've done that successfully. We exceed that. So now, having said that, we are restricting access for the first time in our history, as you're fully aware, reducing our enrollment by 40,000 students over last year and this year, which has affected and impacted not only first-time freshman admissions, but upper division transfer admissions. So for us to come together with this historic collaboration with the University of California, the California Community Colleges, and the CSU in this transfer task force was very opportune. And as Linda said, when we began, we were more optimistic because the state budget really fell off the cliff just as we were beginning, so we had to be a bit more pragmatic in our approach. But let me share with you the remaining recommendations of the committee. One is dealing with our lower division transfer program, and you may have recalled that Senator Scott at that time introduced, and it was signed into law, SB 1785. That called for the California State University to provide a clear and direct path for transfer. It called upon the CSU and our faculty to develop a pattern for the top 20 majors. We actually did 44 through the good work of our faculty. In 44 discipline areas, our discipline faculty were called together. They agreed what was the appropriate lower division major prerequisite work for 44 majors that would be acceptable at all 23 campuses offering that major. And then they developed a series of course descriptors which were put out there, over 111 course descriptors, and ultimately through last year we actually reviewed and approved over 1,300 community college courses that were submitted against those descriptors. And the 44 majors, by the way, represented over 90% of the majors in which upper division community college transfer students were planning to enroll and major in. So we've developed those course descriptors. Now, in the meantime, we had an intersegmental advisory group consisting of faculty, articulation officers, and others. And at the same time, we had the state budget fall. There were some blips in the road, some rough little edges that we needed to smooth out. And so the timing of these two events, what we decided to do in our leadership was to scale back or to re-envision the lower division transfer program. And we wanted to maximize the costs of the program with the greatest potential to benefit students while lowering costs. And what we ended up doing, we've identified 13 majors of this, what we call the statewide specific, not campus specific. And they identified clearly 45 units of major preparation that would be available to transfer from the community colleges to the CSU. Now, these are going to be integrated into the CID. And our faculty are collaborating, and actually there's a lot of work for the descriptors of the discipline-specific courses that are actually undergoing review for incorporation into the CID project. And you may hear some of this a little bit later from the two Senate chairs, but we're pleased with that direction, that the merging of both the lower division transfer program with the CID project is actually going to strengthen and provide a much clearer message to students about what they need to take in order to move into the 23 campuses of the CSU. The other item we talked about was the early assessment program, and you may ask, what does this have to do with transfer? And there was a lot of discussion. I do want to address a couple of things. I can't not address a couple of things that came forward. And that is, as you know, I've said already, about 3/4 of the students who transfer come to CSU. So academic preparation in K-12 on the way through the community college on the way to CSU is absolutely paramount. It's the whole issue of remediation. The comments you heard earlier about remediation were true. But I would add that, lost my note here that I just wanted to mention, that the early assessment program was a collaboration of the California State University, State Board of Education, and the California Department of Education. And what it was designed to do was to give an early signal to students about whether they were on track to be college ready at the end of 11th grade. What made the early assessment program historic, and which is why Secretary Spellings has referred to it in her Spellings report as the most innovative national model around that should be replicated by other states, reaffirmed by U.S. Secretary of Education Arne Duncan, and part of the Achieve network being used in 35 states, is because we're the only system in the country, higher education system, that realigned its placement standards to reflect K through 12 standards. You heard Rick Miller refer to this earlier. That is, we expect and we assess college readiness or at a point in time at the end of 11th grade, recognizing that the student has a senior year to go, with a set of assessments or questions that are directly aligned item by item to what the State Board of Education says a student needs to know and to learn at the point they graduate from high school. We modified our math faculty, the chairs of our math department at 23 campuses said, you know what, when we're developing the early assessment, we need to modify our placement standards in math, because what we've happened over time is we're expecting students to graduate from high school with the requisite skills to go into upper division majors in science and math and engineering. And we were so far off the mark that we modified our placement standards to reflect for K-12. So when you ask the question about college readiness, is there a relationship to remediation, or is it causing that? There is none in that respect. What we're trying to do is to provide a signal to students at the end of 11th grade so that they can make better use of the 12th grade. And our partnering with the community colleges through legislation that authorized the community colleges also to accept this will in fact allow us to deliver additional services to students in the summer after the 11th grade, as well as during 12th grade and the summer after 12th grade. So by the time they arrive either at the community colleges or the CSU, they're going to have the requisite skills necessary to demonstrate college readiness on our respective placement tests. There was an outside study, Rick Miller referred to it very briefly. I just want to add a couple of quick points and we'll move very quickly on. Achieve was created in 1996 by the nation's governors and corporate leaders. And they undertook a review of the early assessment program, and this speaks earlier to some of the comments, but they found that the early assessment program as a national measure addresses essential college-ready content identified by the CSU faculty for entering credit-bearing baccalaureate level work, that they are completely aligned with the state board standards. Now, there are areas of state board standards we don't assess in mathematics. For instance, in the early assessment, at the request and mandate of our math faculty, we do not assess probability, logarithms, statistics, because our math faculty say those are important skills, but those are not skills that are necessary to be successful in a GE level math course upon entry to CSU. So understand there may be other areas in the state board standards that are being assessed, but we're only identifying those that are in the state board standards that we believe are effective, that measure student success. The writing essay for the early assessment is considered one of the best in the world, quite frankly, because it requires students to measure the depth of their understanding of a reading passage, which is why the collaboration with the state board and the California Department of Education was so important, because we increased the testing time by another 45 minutes for the essay. And so that's actually asking students to be able to analyze and to criticize and construct arguments, understand the bias of the teacher and the like. The outcome of the early assessment, just to tell you right now, for last spring, we had over 80% of the high school juniors eligible to take the California Standards Test in English literature, English in the 11th grade, who turned the page and answered the optional questions to get a sense of their college readiness from the CSU for entry into CSU and the community colleges. Over 80% of the students actually did that. And that is a remarkable. And in mathematics, again, we were in close to 70% of the students who were eligible to take the college readiness in mathematics for the CST actually got a sense. And I will tell you, only 15% of those students were determined to be on college ready at the end of 11th grade in English, and about 57% in math, a much higher percentage in math. But English, the issue was, we think, largely not the ability to write, but to read critically. So the CSU developed, along with reading experts in K-12 and higher education, we put together a 12th grade expository reading and writing course because that is the area that students were most lacking. And this is the area that's received the most national attention. And it's available to drop into any high school in the state. It requires that the teachers go through a professional development, which we also pay, by the way, to cover the substitute teacher costs, to offset the teachers of English coming into the 80-hour professional development. It counts as one of the 4 years of English. So that's very briefly what that is all about. There were 2 other recommendations from the task force, just touching on very briefly, and that is to explore and expand distance education as a way of minimizing cost, recognizing new modalities of providing instruction to students. Younger students are much more fluent with and learning strategies and abilities. So it's our faculty that are working together to continue to explore those possibilities. Common academic calendars is another issue that was a recommendation of the task force. CSU has a few campuses on the quarter system, the University of California, all around the quarter system with the exception of 2, if I recall. And the community colleges, with the exception of 3 campuses of the 110, are on semester system. And students coming out of a semester system trying to apply for admission to a quarter system, they do not mesh, and that student loses essentially a semester's amount of work. So looking at changing calendars at the University of California and the CSU to move fully to semester calendars to be equivalent to the community college is another recommendation. Lastly, I might add, in addition to the recommendations that were presented in this interim report, we have more ambitious ideas for strengthening the transfer process. And one I would share with you, we are preparing a presentation for the April 8th meeting of the California Education Roundtable, which consists of the head of CPEC, the California Department of Education, the CSU, the community colleges, the University of California, and the head of the independent colleges and California colleges and universities. We've had a transfer work group working of all 3 segments. And they're drafting a proposal to initiate faculty discussion. I will reaffirm that, faculty discussion and conversations about developing an associate degree for transfer. And you've heard comments earlier today, and we believe this is something that warrants notice here at the hearing too. So I believe we're very excited by the prospect. We had 90 minutes to make this presentation to CPEC yesterday, so I think Linda and I did well, or not so well. In any event, with that, I'll close my remarks.
Before we hear from the additional 3 panelists, Ms. Michalowski, one thought I had in regard to improving the ASSIST portal, or however you describe it. There'll be a lot, I know you described it as creating a better database for all of the articulation agreements, which I'm sure are breathtakingly numerous. I wanted to suggest that what might be a goal, and perhaps you're doing this or intending to do it, is that rather than only having a database for all of the agreements, to be able to input your name, your choices, and your record, and having the database shoot back out where you are. That would be a real user-friendly system, because going through all of the agreements and reading them all, and then trying to figure out what they mean to you, if you even have the time to do that, given your burdens as a student and perhaps as a parent and a worker, I'm not sure how useful 3 years down the road you're going to decide that is. But being able to have it interactive so that you put your choices and your record in, or you don't even input your record. If that's available, it can be taken by the system, plugged into your online appearance, and then it can shoot out to you where you're at and what you need, and then you can use that to take to a counselor and verify its accuracy or discuss it.
I agree with you completely about what a robust system needs to do to really be useful to students. With the original conception of Assist, it was supposed to be the place that students could go as well as where counselors would go to get that information. But it was never able to be sufficiently user-friendly, and particularly not for the different student populations that we serve. So in the community colleges, for example, we are looking at developing a common academic planning tool that the colleges can use. And our vision is that that would provide students exactly the kind of information that you're talking about, but it would be specifically geared for community college students, and it would draw from Assist to provide that information in the most applicable way to our students. And similarly, in the CSU, UC, and in the K-12 schools, as they develop approaches to providing the best advice to students, whether they be in high school or in middle school, it would similarly be able to draw that Assist information in order to populate those systems that are designed specifically to be most useful for the students.
And perhaps there are some technology companies who would be willing to assist in developing this as a goal that they would see in alliance, aligned with their own work. There are probably some who might be interested in doing that.
Well, we'll certainly be, in the not too distant future, looking for what the options are in that regard, and then paying very careful attention to make sure that we build something that actually works.
Thank you. Ms. Patton, thank you.
Thank you, Chair Ruskin and members of the committee. We appreciate that you've invited the faculty to come today. I'm Jane Patton. I'm the president of the Academic Senate for California Community Colleges. And with me today are the chairs of the CSU and UC Academic Senates. We have Harry Pohl from the University of California and John Tarjan from CSU. And they've agreed that I would give the opening remarks and then they would be available for questions. 30 years ago, the faculty from the 3 academic senates decided to form a committee, which we call ICAS, the Intersegmental Committee of Academic Senates. And the purpose of our joining together was to provide a forum for discussion about important issues of concern to all of us, such as transfer, which I think is at the top of the list. Through our collaborations over 30 years, we've developed some initiatives that have made a big difference regarding transfer. And the most famous one that you're all familiar with is IGETSI, the Intersegmental General Ed Transfer Curriculum. Community college students who take these GE courses know that any CSU or UC will accept them in lieu of the local requirements. And we believe that IGETSI works because it is faculty developed and maintained. And then for 6 years, we collaborated on a project called IMPACT, which brought together the discipline faculty. Imagine this, the discipline faculty from UC, CSU, and community colleges in a discipline such as history. And they talked about what their common expectations were for courses at the lower division level. Again, what we learned from the IMPACT project is that if you want to improve curriculum and student success, the faculty must collaborate intersegmentally to examine and sometimes to change the curriculum. ICAS has also developed some competency statements, and I believe you were given a booklet today, which is the competency statements we've developed regarding English and composition. These competency statements are intended to inform students, high school teachers, parents, the Department of Education, and our counterparts at the other institutions, a clarity about what skills and knowledge are expected of students who enter as freshmen into any higher education institution. In particular, I was noticing this morning that if those statements could be used more frequently in the development of standards when the CDE is developing the standards in English and mathematics, for example, that would help to align the secondary, post-secondary curriculum. Also, I'll say that these competency statements are being used by the Federal American Diploma Project as well as the Early Assessment Program. So we feel really strongly that if we're trying to align what the expectations are from secondary through post-secondary, that those statements can be of vital use. Now, you know that there are many other examples of collaboration between the segments. There are joint doctoral degrees, which was not the case when the master plan was first written. We have a successful EAP program linking the high school and the universities and colleges. And then I'll mention briefly that when Jack Scott was a senator before he became our chancellor, he passed a bill called SB 70, which provides links between secondary and post-secondary, particularly CTE programs, so that if a student takes a year-long food preparation program at a high school or a regional occupation center, if there is an agreement through our initiative that the faculty developed at the community colleges, the student can go into the second-level course at the community college, and it gives them a leg up. It's sort of a form of concurrent enrollment whereby they, even if they didn't see themselves as a college student, they're actually getting some college credit. I also want to mention that there have been some successful collaborations between the CSU and community colleges in the form of concurrent university classes being held on community college campuses. At the College of the Canyons, for example, and at Kenyatta College, students can stay at the community college and take CSU classes. So it's a wonderful collaboration between the segments. I also want to mention that I've given you two other handouts today, which are documents developed by the Intersegmental Committee of Academic Senates, and they outline the faculty perspectives about transfer. I think they'll be a useful resource for you. We identified in one of them 10 functions